and recreation and education and so many other wonderful things. And Lord, tonight we pray that you would just give wisdom. God, help us to deal with each other with integrity and honesty. Help us to make the best decisions, as there's a lot of tough issues on the floor. So guide us tonight, we pray. In your Son's name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. May we have the roll call, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Mayor Schilling,
Here.
Councilmember Beltramini,
Here.
Broomfield, Eisenbacher,
Here.
Fleming,
Here.
Howrlack,
Here.
Kerwin,
Here.
Quorum present. In order to be mindful of the number of individuals attending tonight's meeting and wishing an opportunity to speak, we will shorten the length of time that an individual receives to address the City Council from 5 minutes to 3 minutes per person, unless I hear opposition from the Council. Is there opposition to the special consideration? Again, due to the number of people that are in attendance at tonight's meeting, I would remind everyone, please turn off your cell phone completely if you have any electronic device, as it interferes with our sound system. Additionally, in addressing the City Council, we ask that you not repeat comments or concerns presented by a previous speaker. And if you wish to communicate additional concerns or new ideas, please email the comments or questions to any member of council or the city administration. Email addresses are available on the City of Troy webpage at www.troymi.gov. And there is a link so you can send it to all of us with one click. Now, it is the procedure of City Council to act on city business that has been requested by a member of the audience, and due to the need to move forward on city business that must be acted on tonight, there are a couple of items that really require our attention. We're going to move forward E4 for council consideration at this time, which is the purchase of fire apparatus, and then we will go directly to the item that most of you are here on. Yes. E4? Well, we'll do the new that. Council members, could we have a resolution for item E4?
Madam Mayor,
Councilman Beltramini.
whereas Halt Fire Apparatus of Wixom, Michigan is the sole local area distributor of Pierce pumpers, whereas staff and station officers evaluated a number of specifications and determined the PUC pumper under cap, manufactured by Pierce, provided significant advantages over other designs, and whereas the fire department has completed a sales analysis between other cities and found the pricing quoted for the City of Troy by Pierce through Halt Fire to be fair and equitable, therefore be it resolved that the Troy City Council hereby waives formal bidding procedures and hereby authorizes the City of Troy to enter into a contract with Halt Fire Apparatus of Wixom, Michigan to purchase 2 Pierce PUC pumpers for an estimated total cost of $490,268 each, utilizing the upfront payment discount option with Halt Fire Apparatus to supply a 100% performance bond to guarantee satisfactory delivery. And be it further resolved that the Troy City Council hereby authorizes the fire department to accept or reject bids on the open market or trade-in offers for 2 out-of-service fire apparatus.
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Beltramini, seconded by Councilwoman Kerwin, that we approve the resolution as printed and read. Discussion,
Madam
council
Mayor?
members, Councilwoman Kerwin.
I truly appreciate the questions that were submitted ahead of time and the responses that were given in a timely manner and shared with all of council, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you. There is a cost saving which is very substantial in doing this item now this evening, and so that is why it was important that we handle this first. I'm sure you can all appreciate that. Mrs. Bartholomew, may we have the vote?
Mayor Schilling,
Yes?
Councilmember Beltramini,
Yes.
Eisenbacher,
Yes.
Fleming,
Yes.
Howrlack,
Yes.
Kerwin.
Yes.
Motion passes. I think that we will do the boards and committees things later on, not now. Okay. All right, E3 has been requested, and that is the 6-year organizational restructuring plan for the City of Troy, fiscal year 2009-10 through 2014-15. We're going to have a presentation by John Zerlake, City Manager, with the assistance from Robert Datto, Deputy County Executive, and Matt Farrell, President of Core Partners. The other thing is that you folks received cards upon entry for speaking. And when it comes to the time for the public to speak on this item, I am going to call forward the first 5 people and get them lined up here to speak. And then when we're on the third person, I will start to call up the next. And that will move it along very fast. So that we ask that when you come up for that, you bring your card so that you can hand that into here, right here. Would you raise your hand higher, Cheryl? As you come up to speak. But that will be after the presentations and questions from council. There's data that's going to be provided that I'm sure all of you want to hear. Thank you. Mr. Zerlake?
Well, thank you, Your Honor, members of council. In addition to Mr. Datto and Matt Farrell, I've also asked to assist me the following individuals from staff: Assistant City Manager John Lamorato, Police Chief Gary Mayer, and Fire Chief Bill Nelson. This issue is definitely much larger than the knowledge of just myself or any one person. The challenge facing our city can be broken down essentially into 3 questions, 3 whats, if you will. The first what is it? What's the issue? And that what pertains to the City of Troy having a decline in our revenue projections for the next 5 years. The next what is, so what? So what does that mean? Well, that means that the City of Troy has to have a balanced budget, and if we make a slate of assumptions that we're going to have a reduction in expenditures to meet that declining revenue line, that would ultimately result in the closure of several departments and the elimination of about 1 in every 3 full-time personnel. The third what is now what? In other words, what action plan can we take to mitigate our reduction in services and have a restoration of the community that we've come to enjoy? And we'll talk about that as well. That's going to be essentially a partnership between the governing body, the community, and the employees. But again, that's up to you. Before meeting with you tonight, I've spoke to a number of other residents on this matter as a result of the letter I had written September 9th. In fact, I've met with residents and groups of them whenever I could to try to explain the contents thereof, as well as to get information from them so that I could have a proposal or a presentation in conjunction with staff that would hopefully answer many of the questions that were put forth. And some of the questions that were brought to my attention are following. If Troy is having financial difficulty, why not sell assets like the parks and the golf course? Well, the answer is that we have 2 golf courses, Sanctuary Lake and Sylvan Glen. Sylvan Glen has a fee simple title, and essentially they're making money because all we have to cover is our operation and maintenance costs, and greens fees pay for that. Sanctuary Lake, however, is still under a bond issue, and that is losing money. Doug Smith is a deputy county director, a colleague of Bob Datto's. I called Doug and says, Doug, how many golf courses do you have? And he said 24, I think. And I says, well, do you want 25? And his answer was, no, we don't. So we really can't, we could sell Sylvan Glen Golf Course. However, it would take a vote of the people to sell the asset as well as our parks. we don't think we'd get the best value for the sale of that property because the market value is at a very low level. And there's also legal considerations such as environmental and deed restrictions. If by chance Sanctuary Lake was bought and paid for, pardon my voice, and wanted to be sold, it's essentially an end use for a garbage dump, and so there could be no actual physical buildings on that piece of property. And additionally, selling parks and golf courses may cause surrounding property values to drop. But that question was asked of me, and I wanted to mention this was the answer. I was also asked, why not disband the Downtown Development Authority and use that revenue to solve all or a portion of our budget deficit? And we really can't disband the DDA because we have a debt of about $3.4 million per year to pay off our bonds. We currently owe about $30 million that's still outstanding, and we have to pay these bonds every year until the year 2018.
Do you have a slide for that one? We're still on this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I have a hard time walking and chewing gum as well. I'll try to keep pace with the slide. All right. Additionally, we currently capture over $2 million from, we capture taxes equal to $2 million, and if we were to disband the DDA, then we'd be responsible for that portion to pay that part of the debt. I've also been asked why not redistribute the excess DDA captured taxes back to the city, county, and community college. And unfortunately, again, because of what happened to the value of the properties in the district, there are no excess funds to redistribute. We have to use fund balance to cover our current debt and operational expenses. Excuse me.
Would you like a cup, Mr. Zerlag?
No, I can just select this
Okay.
whenever I can if you don't
Thank
mind.
you.
It won't fall. I was also asked to utilize the balance in the Budget Stabilization Fund for essentially using that as a rainy day fund. In other words, if it's not raining now, when is it going to rain? And the answer is that we currently have about $2.1 million in that Budget Stabilization Fund, and we are utilizing, as part of our model, about $300,000 per year to help balance the budget. Additionally, I was asked how much the city has in its unreserved or undesignated fund balance, and what are the budget policies regarding the usage of these funds. This answer is essentially for the audience, as the City Council is quite familiar with this response. But as of June 30th, 2009, we had approximately $10.5 million in our unreserved fund balance. And if we were to maintain this balance, our percentage to expenditures would range from about 17% to 20.4% over the next 5 years. There's a protocol that all cities should have a fund balance in their general fund equivalent to anywhere between 10 and 17% of a city's general fund budget. And so we are essentially in that range. Declining revenues. What you have now is essentially a snapshot of what was contained in the letter I had written September 9th, 2009, and it's on a fiscal year basis and provides a sense of our declining revenue lines, primarily as a result of a decrease in property values in the residential, commercial, industrial classes, as well as a reduction in states' shared revenues. And we have estimates for 9-10, 10-11, 11-12. We think we're about maybe plus or minus 1 or 2% in our revenue estimates. After that, it is more of a guess, but we wanted to extrapolate a trend that we thought was reasonable. We also have expenditures assuming that there's a 2% increase for every year thereafter, beginning with 2009-10, and then there is a line that says proposed cuts, and that's what we'd have to make every year to balance the budget. Fund balance is also shown. And now I'm going to ask Mr. Lamorado to talk about the estimated changes in Troy's revenue line and provide a justification thereof.
Thank you.
To start off with, what we wanted to do is go over the revenues that were used in the chart, previous chart, to let council know and the residents and anybody else looking on how we came up with these revenue estimates. If you take a look at our, first thing we want to take a look at is our residential taxable value. And over 86% of our residential taxable value will decrease this year. 12% of taxable values are for vacant land that will not change for many years, and 2% of the residential properties are exempt from taxation. Barring a physical addition to the structure, parcels will continue to have a taxable value decrease. Those first 4 points could be summarized in saying that virtually all residential property taxable value will decrease because of the current market conditions and also because of the negative consumer price index adjustment with Proposal A. The average residential tax bill will decrease by approximately $158 for next year. Why are Troy's revenues declining? New commercial industrial sales studies dropped off 18 months worth of higher valued sales. The new commercial industrial sales study adds 6 months in lower valued sales, and the net result is a 17.5% reduction in value compared to the originally projected 6% reduction. Points 1 through 3 are a result of going from a 2-year study to a 1-year study on the commercial and industrial property. A large loss in commercial industrial taxable value will continue into 2011-12, and market value decreases in all properties will continue at a slower rate at least through 2014-15. This chart basically shows the effect of our general fund tax revenue based on a 12% taxable value reduction for the 2010-11 fiscal year, another 10% on top of that reduction for 2011-12, 5.5% reduction 2012-13, a 5% reduction 2013-14, and a 4.3% reduction 2014-15. Our tax revenue, based on these estimates, is going to go from 2010 from $33.6 million a year to $22.9 million per year. Once again, just taking a look at those years and the percentages, the 12% reduction in taxable value means a $3.9 million reduction in general fund tax revenue. For 2011, a 10% reduction taxable value means $3 million. 2012, 5.5% means $1.5 million. 2013, 5% reduction is $1.3 million. 2014, 4.3% reduction means $1 million in a reduction in taxable revenue. State shared revenue, we're showing a decrease of $300,000 from the current year for the 2010-11. And this is where I'm sure we're too conservative here, is that we know there are going to be further cuts.
I don't believe the state of Michigan has come up with the final numbers on those cuts yet, but we have from our current year's budget, we have a $300,000 reduction. All other fees and charges for services have a 1 to 3% increase per year over that 5-year period, and our budget stabilization fund utilizes $300,000 per year. That accounts for over 92% of our total revenue sources, and all of them, most of them are going down, other than the ones that we can control and some of the charges for fees and services. Expenditure assumptions, we're estimating that all expenditures are going to increase by 2% per year, with an additional $1 million per year increase for pension and retirement health care funding requirements. Just to give you an example of just one item that we just received notification on, the road salt is going to go up 40% for this next year, the cost of road salt. Some general assumptions, once again summarizing. General fund revenues are projected to decrease every year for the next 5 years. General funds cost will increase at 2% per year plus pension obligations. Personnel cost constitute about 71% of all our general fund expenditures. And restructuring models do not incorporate a millage increase or use of any fund balance. Now turn it over to Robert Dado, Oakland County, Deputy County Executive.
Good evening. My name is Bob Dado. I'm Deputy County Executive for Oakland County. Underneath me I have largely the financial piece of Oakland County, including the Equalization Division involving property taxes. My presentation that I'll cover here shortly is really an extraction of literally a 90-minute presentation, which I won't cover tonight, given that it literally takes about 90 minutes to go through and covers the unemployment, the auto companies' implosion and its impact on this region and what will happen with regards to the auto company, State of Michigan's fiscal distress and their fiscal issues and how it impacts local units of government, regional financial issues facing Oakland County communities, and ultimately the real estate valuation issues. And I take all of these issues in the 90-minute presentation and roll them up into how it impacts government's revenues, because that's probably the most important thing that's facing communities today. I haven't come here tonight to cover how the city is to resolve its declines in revenues. That certainly is a local issue between the citizens, if you will, council and officials. The options of which could be reforms, program reductions, and or new taxes. Rather, I've come here to essentially cover some regional and state revenue issues that I'm familiar with and I've spoken to on numerous occasions with regards to this matter. Okay, having set that up, if you will, these are extractions from a larger presentation that I cover, and largely will be focused on the property tax issue. So I'm skipping all the front section of the PowerPoint presentation and getting right down to the meat of this thing here. First of all, what I'm going to explain to you is what it does not include. The first one is that recent impacts and restructurings of Chrysler and General Motors, including their bankruptcies, will have a very long-term impact on this county going forward and any of its communities. Frankly, it will take approximately 1 to 2 years before that impact is felt ultimately into the real estate market. By the time people go through the unemployment and they go through their own savings accounts and they have a 9-month hiatus, if you will, including a recent 90-day extension on moratoriums, and then ultimately the bank seizes the property, and then ultimately the property is sold, that takes a very long period of time before it affects the real estate. So the actions that were taken by auto companies in the last year or so, and the unemployment that it's created, Ultimately, the issue here is if you don't have a job, it becomes very difficult to pay for your house, and then the bank seizes the house. Ultimately, that's going to have an impact longer term in a year or two on the real estate values. We haven't seen that, and my numbers don't include that. So my numbers are essentially understated for that known issue, but I can't quantify the amount. Second issue here that's important here is that my numbers that relate to the discussions do not include the impact of how the state is going to impact you longer term. Now, they're dealing with a $2.8 billion problem, and much of that's being dealt with here through, a fair amount is being dealt with through stimulus monies, and largely, and to the credit of the state, for the first time, they're taking a large chunk out of operating and structural problems, the $1.3 billion, which will carry over into the next year. But I can assure you, in 90 days, that we're going to be discussing yet again a very large issue in how to solve the 2011 budget. And why that's important to you and important to other communities in Michigan is that 58% of the revenues collected by the state of Michigan get passed back down to the local units to actually operate a program. Over half of the revenues collected by the state get passed back down to the local units to operate programs, the largest being, of course, the school districts. Unemployment, simply put, no job, you have a tough time paying your house bill, ultimately manifesting in lower rates in taxable value for your government, or for your governmental revenues. Unless you've been living in a cave, you should know that the state economy and the unemployment's pushing 15%, and probably not going to change much throughout 2010 if the U of M economists are correct. It's going to stay stubbornly up at that level. What does that mean? The state is borrowing huge sums of money to pay unemployment benefits that will ultimately have to be paid back and will become a payroll tax on small businesses and other businesses for many, many, many years to come. Payroll taxes at a time when we have unemployment are exactly what you don't want in order to create employment, if you will. The unemployment in Oakland alone in June was 14%, so we're trailing very closely to the state for the very first time. Michigan fiscal and budget issues. Again, I would submit that probably sometime in the winter, when they go through the Revenue Estimation Committee in January, they're going to discover yet again that they have a problem for 2011, even as they solve the $1.3 billion problem. And we'll be back, either in new revenues or further reductions over and above however they settle the issue in the next couple days. Let's get to the heart of the matter here and why I was asked to attend this meeting. And it covers essentially taxable values and the impact on essentially the values used to calculate property taxes. Property taxes for most units are about 50% of the revenues. It's the most principal revenue that anybody has, with revenue sharing being another large piece of revenue. We have had, and it shouldn't have gone without notice, a fairly large amount of taxes or foreclosures, if you will, in the county. Right now we had through 2008, calendar 2008, 9,200 foreclosures. Right now we're estimating about 8,300 this year. It's a little difficult to estimate because the moratorium on the ability to file foreclosed homes going on right now. But we fully expect that by the time we're done, we'll have about 8,300 homes that have gone into foreclosure. Simply put, if 4 people live in a home, wife, husband, 2 kids, that's about 35,000 people that have been disturbed that are affected in some way or form with regards to this effort. Now, what I've got here is a slide that demonstrates where Oakland County, and these are Oakland counties, these are not City of Troy numbers. These are Oakland County numbers in total. The dark black lines represent the growth or decline, if you will, in assessed value, essentially the values of the property themselves, what in theory the property would be sold for. The lighter line to the right of the lines represents what's known as taxable value, which is what's used to calculate your property taxes on. Unfortunately, we saw back in the 2004 timeframe the assessed values going up at a slower rate than what the taxable values were going up at. A very unusual situation and not really contemplated in Prop A. It occurred again in 2005 and 2006. We began at Oakland County to become very troubled with this. In about 2007, I went on the stump to talk about the perfect storm because we saw what was happening in 2007, where we had a little over a 1% increase in values, but we had a 4% increase in taxable value, which statutorily, according to the Constitution, was correct. But it also signaled something that was coming down the pipe here. And we began to expect 2008's decline in assessed values and ultimately the significant decline in taxable values that follow shortly thereafter. And to the extent the 2010 and 2011 revenues are based on December 31st, 2009 assessments and 2010 assessments. And to that end, we're expecting somewhere around a 13% decline in 2010 and a 12% decline in 2011. Covering a few of these issues, one of the problems we've seen here is that there are a fair number of speculators buying properties in bulk in Oakland County. People here who will come in and buy as an investment. They'll take the homes off the mortgage bank's books. They'll do so at a very steep decline and put some bucks in to spruce them up and then sell them back. And we see anywhere upwards of 30 to 40% value losses when a speculator gets involved. It's important to note that Oakland County is in a unique position in that we have a land records management system that covers a substantial component of all the parcels of property in Oakland County. We offer this as a service to the local units, and we capture this data and can model it to determine trends, if you will. So we are not just simply capturing a few of the community's SEVs and taxable values. We're capturing a preponderance of those values. And in fact, one thing that's interesting here is that even though the state has roughly 52,000 square miles of property, Oakland County alone for the state is 17%. 910 square miles, represents 17% of the entire value of the state. Going forward, our actuals, if you will, for December 31st, 2008, this is the assessment dates, if you will, was about 4.5%. We're projecting a 13 and a 12% decline and a 5% decline December 31st, 2011. And I got a little asterisk next to that one. Remember how I said that I'm not certain as to how the auto companies' implosions of recent is going to impact? In 2 years, we're going to see an impact on that effort, and it very well could be larger than 5% decline, if you will. So I'm thinking that the 5% is the floor at that point in time. The advantage here is that before that period of time comes in, I'll be able to estimate better that percentage and react because we're watching that. And that's a significant caveat I put on this effort. One of the items you also need to understand here that's contributing to the declines is something called the MTTs, Michigan Tax Tribunal cases. We have seen an incredible influx of commercial and industrial claims, particularly from the auto companies, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler, of recent here that are of very, very significant numbers. I understand that the Milford Proving Ground alone is up for a $100 million challenge, if you will. These are not small numbers, and General Motors, Chrysler, and Ford, and some of the parts suppliers, tier ones, are very much active in trying to challenge the taxes, more so than they ever have been before. In Oakland County alone, we have almost $3.5 billion under challenge. And if we were to lose, that would be the amount that we would lose, if you will, which is substantial. In Troy, that number is closer to $226 million that you're exposed at. And these numbers do include a provision for that MTT, but the reality here is that, and which will make your numbers a little bit difficult to prove out, is you can literally go on some of these very larger claims with no problem, and then all of a sudden you settle. And you have to pay back 3 years worth of claims. So you have no problem, oh my God. That is something you need to watch longer term. I cited an example in Money Magazine that was in about 2 months ago that the median house sales for Wayne County was 16,000, with the next city being Cleveland, out of 25 cities listed at 70,000. St. Louis was at 101,000. That is the median sale price in Oakland County, or in Wayne County. $16,000 for a house. Property tax revenues and labor agreements. In the past, property tax revenue increases caused by either construction, pop-ups, or, if you will, just CPI, generally trailed or generally provided a cushion for labor agreements. That's with the decline now in property taxes, you need to take a look at that a little closer. Property taxes is your single largest revenue. Labor agreements could be your single largest expense, if you will. One item that you need to also take a look at is your DTRF, your Delinquent Tax Revolving Fund distributions are sold with recourse. I don't expect this to be a problem in Troy, but it could be a problem in other communities. That being that if somebody doesn't come in and buy those taxes and the bank chooses to abandon the property because it doesn't see any worth in the property itself, or it's been gutted, if you will, those taxes are due back to the Delinquent Tax Revolving Fund at the county if they're not collected from anybody here. And most people don't reserve that in your general fund. That's another caution. School districts are probably the group of folks out there that are out there hanging out the farthest, and probably will have the most substantial problems going forward with cities, villages, and townships, CVTs, following shortly thereafter in terms of their fiscal distress. I'm going to focus in on the middle paragraph because that's the one you really need to be concerned about. The notion that the market may come back and all of a sudden the governmental units may see tax revenues from property taxes is very much confused in most people's minds. Even if the market comes back in 2011 and 2012 for the individual homeowners or business owners, folks, it's not coming back for you, and here's why. The problem here is that you have three ways in which taxable value can increase. The first one here is that it pops up. You sell a home and it moves from taxable value up to the SEV. That's off the table. You will find here shortly that 85% of the properties, December 31st, 2009, residential, if you will, 85% of those, the SEV equals taxable value. There isn't going to be any pop-up after the next 2 years. It's gone. Second issue here, with the demographics in part moving out of the state, people, if you will, and to some extent businesses, and the issue here of having a plentiful amount of homes and businesses available, why build? If you don't build, it doesn't increase the taxable value. So that's another problem that will stymie the growth in the future. And you'll be largely limited to the CPI, Consumers Price Index, increases. Do the math here, folks. I just told you that 13, 12, or 4.5%, 13, 12, and 5. That's a third decline in your taxable value over the next 3 years. at least for Oakland County's, at Oakland County. If you have an average 3% increase in CPI, by the way, this year's going to be a negative, believe it or not, for the effort, which will exacerbate the problem even further. Wonderful. But if you had an average 3% decline and you started your market back up in 2011, you'd take 33% decline divided by 3% growth, it's 11 years to get back to where you are today, plus the 3 years to get to 2012 when the market's liable to start back up. 2020 is probably the earliest you'll see your revenues back, absent millage increases, assuming a static millage, if you will, that you're seeing today, until 2020 to 2025, your expenditures are not capped. That's a pretty startling statement. We're in this thing for a decade. Everyone is. The solutions to the budget beast facing the state and local governments are many. Unfortunately, there will be numerous governmental units that won't take any action, and they will effectually find themselves in Act 72. You have a neighbor to the north who is in Act 72. Only with proper management principles, leadership, and political will can you solve the tough business issues in front of you. One last item I'll leave you with. Those local units of government who start early in analyzing their respective future fiscal affairs will survive longer than those who do not. Troy's future review of its fiscal affairs, while painful, is nothing less than what others are facing but simply don't realize because they have yet to analyze their fiscal affairs. In failing to do so, they will realize the fallacy of their folly in performing the analysis too late. Only to deplete resources, inequity, leave themselves with lesser alternatives to solve the issue, or in all likelihood, moving to Act 72. I must commend the City Council and city's management for moving ahead with a long-term plan. I would like to say that that situation is happening in all of the communities in Oakland County. I'm afraid it is not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your comments about the fact that we're trying to be proactive, and even though the information is grim, I think that in being proactive, hopefully we will spur on other communities to also be proactive so that they can act for their communities too.
If I do the 90-minute presentation, people are usually willing to drink Kool-Aid.
Thank you. Mr. Farrell?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Schilling, City Council, City staff, thank you very much for having us. I'm here on behalf of Core Partners. We're a commercial consulting firm out of Royal Oak, Michigan. Most of you have seen me here in previous sessions speaking of market opinion. We take pride in not being an owner, not being a developer, not being an investor in commercial real estate, but purely being a consulting firm who specializes in the market aspects. So I'm here speaking of the integrity of our research, pulled from many different sources, known as RealComp, CoStar, CPIX, our internal database, and a few others. Referencing this dialogue in regards to the letter dated September 9th by John Zerleg to the City Council and the reduction in tax-based revenues, and purely regarding the tax-based revenue. In our findings, and I'm going to speak to some specific points and certain reductions, we took our research back as far as we felt comfortable ascertaining the research. On the residential side, from 2007 to current, I'm going to state a few percentages for you. There's been a 46% reduction of on-market assets or on-market properties. This is a good sign that some product has been taken off the market, but I also fear that it's cautioned because product has been removed because it can't be sold for satisfactory values, and therefore it's off-market and going to a lease scenario or to a distressed sale. There's been a 31.2% reduction in the number of sales, resulting in 413 of last year. A 44.5% increase in time on market to a current average of 177 days. 177 days on market in the residential community. 24.7% reduction in the average sales price to a current resulting of $195,531. Ladies and gentlemen, these are purely facts regarding the city of Troy and nothing else surrounding it. One very large concern that we have here is the tax assessor's current ability to manage what is an arm's length and what is a true comp in comparison when the majority or potential majority of sales are distressed sales. And when does that impact a new true market going forward? This is an ongoing issue within most communities today. On the commercial side, and I'm going to break out the different product types. Troy, Michigan boasts to be approximately 22.2 million square feet of commercial space, resulting in about 48% of its current tax revenue. The office market, and I will break it from office to industrial to flex and to retail. The office market has shown a 31.8% increase in vacancy rate at the current 39.4% vacancy. My concern is this number may be cautioned and may be conservative on the basis that in our findings on a day-to-day in the marketplace, there's a significant amount of what I call inefficient or dark space that is currently under a documented lease but is not being occupied. As those leases roll over in coming months and or years, that vacancy will shed the marketplace, will flood the market. There's a 30.7 month average time on market. That means from tomorrow when a space hits the market, it may move the day following, it may move 30.7 on the average, or double that timeline before it gets reoccupied and hence producing revenue for that property. There's a 25.3% reduction in the average asking rent from $25.09 per square foot on a gross basis to an 18.76 average. Of major concern is the 42.3% reduction in the average sales price from $125 a square foot to approximately $72. And I caution that there's transactions in consideration currently in the marketplace substantially less than in a price per square foot. Moving to industrial, a 46.8% increase in vacancy to a current 51.4%. A 21.7 average time on market, month on market. A 29.3% reduction in asking rents to a current resulting 4.56 on a triple net basis. A 42.3% reduction in the average sales prices, resulting in approximately $30.93. And a 42% reduction in the estimated value of that marketplace to arguably a $108 million current book value if I were to capitalize the current cap rate in the marketplace of that value. On the flex market, flex, for those of you who don't understand aren't aware of it, is the hybrid space between office and industrial for R&D research lab type use. 23.6% increase in vacancy to a current resulting 33.8% vacancy factor. 20.6 average month on the market, average time on market. 16.2% reduction in the estimated true current market rates of 6.5 per square foot triple net. A 16.1% reduction in the average sales. On the retail market, 13.1% increase in the vacancy, currently resulting in 13.2. Retail market was hot until 24 months ago. It was still moving forward, and it was one of the higher price brackets, both price per square foot on acquisition as well as price per foot to lease. A 21.1 average month on the time on the market. 27.8% reduction in the estimated true rates. True rates are hard to speculate. We get asked to speculate them every single day. For clients who are looking for the right next deal and for landlords trying to retain as much value as possible. It's in the eye of the beholder. It's the user that wants to be there and what they're willing to pay, what their credit says they can pay, and the world is their oyster because there's lots of options out there. So it's he who has the least amount of debt wins in most cases because they can typically offer the best price. There's been a 19.5 reduction in the average sales price in the retail market, resulting in $174 per square foot. Ladies and gentlemen, these findings are internal As any data can show, they are interpreted. I won't necessarily warrant the data beyond the point that these were pulled from multiple resources and compiled at our office, resulting in the Troy marketplace. This is a market that we have done a significant amount of work in for a number of years. We are proud to have the opportunity to speak some of our findings. I am not here to be negative and or pessimistic, but I'm here to be realistic. We have a very dire situation in front of us in the loss of tax revenue. How these numbers correspond going forward is the taxing authority's job and your charge at hand. On the street, and the market knowledge that we find, with these figures, increased time on market, increased options of consideration because of the increased vacancy factor, further demands of capital to make transactions occur, improvements to property, tenant improvements to capital expenditure, as far as free rent and abatement to try and gap market consideration. Owners and landlords are further distressed every single moment of every day going forward, and their capital is non-existent. The draws and or the capital that was put in place on many, many projects, if not the vast majority, has dried up and is no longer there to be used as a resource to help turn around these assets. That further exponentially causes problems with consideration. We took a broad stroke attempt, not as a taxing authority, but purely as a loss of market value in these sectors. And I concur with the findings of Robert and the city staff that the current estimates based on that September 9th letter may be considerably understated in the losses going forward. But looking out 3 to 4 years is very difficult for anybody to do in these current circumstances. We have to deal with what we currently have, the current reality of where it's going, and look beyond. We chose to go as far back as we did in this research because taxing revenues typically lag true value in the market. And we can't really declare what is true market value until you see a pace of the market come back to a stabilization or some sort of normality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hurley?
Thank you. As mentioned earlier, this issue has three whats. What is it? And that issue underpinned the next two whats. It was hugely important for the council and the community to get a zone of comfort with our revenue projections, and I want to thank Mr. Lamorato, Mr. Dado, and Mr. Farrell for their assistance in that regard. The next part of the presentation goes to the second what, which is so what? Now that we have a declining revenue line and we have to have an expenditure that meets it, what do we have to do? And what's on the screen essentially are departments that are funded by our general fund. It starts in order of cost to the city. The highest department is the police department, and it goes down to the lowest cost being the building inspection department. In my letter of September 9th, I had provided two essential options, and I toyed with that for some time before providing two. I could have provided 100, and it could have been to the point where it would have been not mind-numbing to determine what you wanted to do with what, but I think these two options portray two futures, if you will, of what can happen to Troy if we accept the declining revenue line and don't do anything to either reduce expenditures and or increase revenues. One assumption that we made is that privatization and or regionalization of certain departments will save about 40% compared to the cost of providing those services in-house. And an example is if we had 10 people in the building department and the total cost of payroll and fringes was $100,000 a person for $1 million. If we were to privatize that function, we'd save roughly 40%. So there would be a cost of $600,000 to the private sector for performing an on-demand service. It's not a strict one-on-one savings for reducing the personnel to provide that service. In addition, that would become an on-demand service as opposed to a service that is currently 8 to 4:30, 5 or 6 days a week. In terms of regionalization, that means that another plane of government would perform the service like the county on behalf of the city. This started out essentially with John Lamorato and previous assistant manager Brian Murphy, and then delved into essentially all of my direct reports with input from department heads. And we took a look at each department and indicated what we could do in terms of having an in-house retention, a reduction, or combination with another department. And there's an X for each department indicating it can be done. Also, if it could be regionalized, have a privatization with a contract, consolidated. Consolidated is my personal favorite option, but it's not part of the model because we cannot guarantee a specific point in time when we could partner with another community. As an example, a few years ago, former Chief Kraft and I negotiated a joint or consolidated dispatch with the city of Clawson that included jail services as well, and that took about 1.5 years to accommodate. So while it's a personal favorite and I think provides a good economy of scale and a higher level of service than even privatization, it's not considered as part of this model because, again, we can't guarantee a time frame when we could ink a deal with another community or a series of communities. We also took a look to see if we could eliminate that department. And again, the area that we have shaded indicates what we're doing with that department. In the first option, we would eliminate Community Affairs Department, Risk Management, the Library, Community Center, Museum, and Nature Center. The time frame for elimination would be from 2010 or beginning in 2010 as in the case of the Library and finishing in 2011. For the museum, it would begin in 2010, finish in 2011, and the same with the Nature Center. In my discussions with various residents, I was also asked what it means to eliminate a department, what services would be lost. With Community Affairs, and I tried to get this down to at least or no more than 5 issues. I mean, when I asked the department heads to indicate what would be lost, I had single spaces of 3 and 4 pages. We melded it down to about 5 points per department. But here we would lose established communication methods, the Troy Today newsletter, reduced media relations, reduced government cable channel programming, and reduced ongoing website maintenance. With the library, if that were to be closed, the impact on the level of service would be elimination of all library materials, elimination of public access to computers and information services, closure of the Friends of the Library shop and the gift shop, elimination of programs for children, teens, adults, and seniors, and we currently log over 600,000 visitors annually. I don't know how many are residents, but I believe a preponderance is, and they would have to use another city's library if ours were closed. Our community center, if that were to be closed, we'd eliminate programs and activities, again, for children, teens, adults, and senior citizens, elimination of meeting space available to the public for use, and we currently log at that venue over 1 million visits annually. If the museum were to be eliminated, that would have an impact on educational programs for roughly 12,000 students annually, including all Troy students, grades K-5 through and 8. Additionally, contracts and donations to move the Niles Barnard House and expand the museum would be negotiated, renegotiated or revoked. Elimination of the Nature Center. That would be a loss of a resource tool for the public regarding environmental, plant, and animal issues. And again, we have over 28,000 annual visitors to this facility. Under option 1, with those eliminations, we would also privatize to some degree the following departments: the Building Inspection Department, Engineering, Department of Public Works, Parks and Recreation, Human Resources, Real Estate and Development. And privatization would begin as soon as possible. And this is regardless of what the council decides to do or not to do with your options available. We're working on this as a staff. And that would be contingent upon labor contracts, legal issues, and development of specifications and the bidding process. One thing I decided to do to make this program shorter is to only mention what impact we'd have to privatize public works, for the sake of time, because that department has the most impact on the residents and travelers and businesses in Troy. The first thing that would happen is that there'd be a delayed response time for snow and ice removal. We currently have about a 24-hour protocol once the snow stops for our 300-plus miles of streets, which is equivalent to plowing snow all the way from here to Mackinac Island. We'd then go to essentially the, no offense, Bob, the county's schedule of maintaining county roads, which is not as expedient as ours. There'd also be a delay in other construction and maintenance projects. Regionalization, we looked at one department being regionalized, and that was the City Assessor's Office, where some or all of the assessing function would be performed by the Oakland County Equalization Division on behalf of the City of Troy. Now, speaking with certain private sector firms about the possibility of privatization, we all agreed that because of the size of the organization of the City of Troy, it would not be in our or the public's best interest to privatize the entire department top to bottom. There would still be some degree of full-time personnel maintained in each department, and again, the number of which would depend upon the level of service we want, the amount of control that we would like to have over that private sector firm, and the savings that we would have based upon privatization. Proceeding with option 1, the following departments would have a reduction of staff. This would begin on the time frames to the right. That would be the Attorney's Office, Finance Department, City Clerk's Office, Purchasing, Fire Department, and Police Department. Again, with the Fire and Police Department, that starts in the years indicated. I'd now like Chief Nelson to speak about the reduction of staff in the Fire Department.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. In this plan, the Fire Department would lose 3 full-time personnel and 1 part-time personnel, which would impact the level of service in the following ways. I think it's important for you to know that all of our Fire Department staff employees perform multiple duties, including public education, inspection, training, incident responses, fire investigations, and general department support. The Fire Department currently has a sworn staff of 12 personnel, 1 full-time clerical position, 1 part-time clerical, and 2 part-time fire staff assistant positions. The major impacts would be 1, elimination of our public fire education and juvenile fire setter programs. The department conducts approximately 235 public education programs per year, reaching over 9,000 citizens per year. The juvenile fire setter program provides counseling on an average of 10 individuals per year. As these functions are not mandated by law, they would be eliminated and resources directed to other priorities. Number 2, a 25% reduction in inspection capabilities. The department conducts approximately 2,500 inspections per year, consisting of existing building inspections, new and renovated construction, and hazardous materials storage, production, or use. Many inspections are mandated by state law or city ordinance. Those inspections not mandated by law or ordinance would have to be reduced. A 20% reduction in fire department training. Our staff instructors coordinate, prepare, and in many cases deliver training programs to our station firefighters. Many of these programs are mandated by federal and or state law. Non-mandated training programs would have to be correspondingly reduced based on resources. 25% reduction in the number of staff available for weekday incident responses. Our staff members are all certified firefighters and certified fire command officers and respond to incidents during the weekday hours when volunteer firefighter availability is reduced due to employment, etc., to assure an adequate number of personnel respond. Staff personnel also respond to citizen complaints, open burning complaints, and similar calls that do not require the dispatch of station firefighters and apparatus. The number of personnel on duty each day would be reduced basically by 25%. 50% reduction in Homeland Security activities. The police and fire department share in the maintenance, coordination, and training of city staff in the city emergency operations plan and related tasks, including maintenance of the primary and backup emergency operations centers. Support and maintenance would be reduced due to the need for increased maintenance and support of the fire station equipment and apparatus, which is really our first priority. And lastly, we estimate a 30% reduction in fire investigations and fire department support activities. Our staff personnel who are qualified fire investigators investigate approximately 40 fires per year to determine cause and origin. The investigators determine if fires are intentionally set and then work with the police investigations personnel to pursue criminal charges if a person or persons responsible is identified. The number of investigators would be decreased, potentially impacting the time available to conduct these investigations, which in some cases are very lengthy due to the nature of them. Other support activities such as equipment and issue and repair, delivery and pickup of equipment from fire stations, coordination of annual required activities such as hose testing and fire apparatus pump testing would also be reduced.
I'm Chief Gary Mayer of the Police Department. I've been asked to present option 1 on the reduction of staff of the Police Department. Before I get into that, I'd like to state that I've done a lot of difficult tasks in my law enforcement career. Dismantling the Troy Police Department with a few PowerPoint slides is by far one of the most unpleasant tasks I've ever had to do. The 3 captains and I were given dollar amounts to reduce our budget by. Those dollar amounts are reflected in the personnel that I'm going to go through. The police department see a reduction of 47 full-time personnel, which is 25% of the police department. This consists of sworn and non-sworn employees. This would occur between July 2011 and July 2013. We've attempted to show the level of service reduction by that. First, in July of 2011 will be a reduction of the road patrol police service aides. The time limitations this evening preclude me from detailing all the work that each of these people do. July 2012 would see the reduction or the elimination of 1 whole road patrol shift. We have 4 shifts. This would eliminate 1 shift. It would eliminate our animal control services for both Troy and Clawson. Would eliminate the juvenile unit, which includes the officers assigned to the high schools as school resource officers, and this would reduce our traffic safety unit. You may recall from some of the surveys we've done in the past, our #1 complaint in the city of Troy, quality of life, is traffic issues. July of 2013 would see the elimination of our criminal intelligence unit. This is what allows us to coordinate with other law enforcement agencies and the officers within the police department for our problem-oriented policing. It would eliminate the community services section. That's the section that handles most of the Troy Days event, does our drug education, our community outreach. It would eliminate the public information officer position. It would eliminate the officer assigned to Oakland County's narcotics enforcement team, and would see a reduction in our directed patrol unit. Further, in July of 2013 would be a reduction in our Special Investigations Unit. That's our plainclothes officers that target career criminals. Would see a reduction in the Investigations Section supervisory personnel. See a reduction in our training section. And would see a further reduction in our Traffic Safety Unit. I now turn it back over to Mr. Zerlich.
In summary, the staff reductions under option 1 would be approximately 160 full-time employees, as well as about 150 part-time employees. We indicate the approximate numbers on a per fiscal year basis on this chart. Another option that was advanced was to maintain a part-time operation for the library instead of full closure, as well as a part-time operation for the Nature Center and the museum, and a full-time operation of the community center. To accomplish this, layoffs in the police department were increased by 20 people, bringing the total decrease in the police department personnel from 67 or from 47 to 67 people. And 67 personnel in the police department represent about 35% of departmental strength. One reason, in case anyone wonders, why it was a full-time community center and only a part-time library, museum, and nature center is that the community center is almost self-supporting. There's a general fund subsidy that we allocate every year of about $1 million, and every year the community center turns back somewhere in the area of about $700,000. The library and museum have a combined cost of about $4.2 million to the general fund. This slide just indicates a different color code for the library, museum, nature center, and community center. Also wanted to indicate what would happen with the library being open on a part-time basis. It would stay open about 25 hours per week, and the service that we would provide would be checking out and checking in books. We'd still have an elimination of all programming and public internet computer usage, and we think that would also create a little bit of discord at the information desk and checkout desks. I want to bring Chief Mayer back up to explain an additional decrease of 20 people in the police department.
Mayor, member, council, the rate that this would occur is different because the numbers as supplied cause this to occur at a different rate, so that's why I came back up for option 2. The increased layoffs in the police department, number 67. We would see a sooner impact on the police department. We would see in July of 2010 a reduction in the road patrol service aides and road patrol supervision. We would see a reduction in the investigations division supervisory personnel. Then in 2011, we would eliminate animal control services for both Troy and Clawson, eliminate the juvenile unit, including the officers assigned as school resource officers. Public information officer would be eliminated, and we would reduce the staff in the records section. We'd have a reduction in our road patrol staffing also in July of 2011, reduction in traffic safety, community services, and training section. In July 2012, we'd see elimination of a road patrol shift, total elimination of the traffic safety unit, total elimination of our directed patrol unit, which is our plainclothes unit that we use for plainclothes road patrol task and assignments. We'd eliminate our criminal intelligence unit, and we would further reduce the personnel The further reduction of personnel would totally eliminate the community services section at this time. We would have to have a reduction in communication and lock-up police service aides, reduce our special investigations unit, have a reduction of criminal investigations personnel, reduce secretarial personnel, and have a further reduction in the training section. In July of 2013, we would eliminate a division captain position, essentially going down to 2 divisions. We'd eliminate the special investigations unit, reduce the communications supervisory personnel, reduce lockup supervisory personnel, further reduction of road patrol personnel, and further reduction of the record section. At this point, the professional standards and community relations division is now non-functional, and the few remaining personnel there will be assigned to other divisions. Mr. Zerlich.
Under this option, there would be approximately 170 full-time positions eliminated from now through fiscal year 2014, and about 115 part-time positions eliminated. That part of the presentation took care of the so what issue. So what's going to happen to Troy given a reduced revenue line and assuming no possible increase in the revenue stream or reduction in our expenditures. The last part of the presentation pertains to the now what, and I provided 6 options under this category. The first option is mine, and the other 5 options are yours. Under the first option, I am seeking employee concessions. I've already spoken to the 5 labor units all at the same time last week, had staff with me, and I'm looking from anywhere between $2 and $3 million worth of concessions, beginning as soon as possible, but to be in place by fiscal year 10-11. I'll keep you advised on the status thereof. That's what I can do. That's what I'm doing. I'm also looking to see for certain departments if it's more cost efficient and effective to privatize or regionalize. In addition, we are working on a consolidation effort. As indicated before, it's not in our model, but that doesn't stop us from trying to achieve that effort. I know the police department is talking with other communities. I'm talking with Birmingham as well about the possibility of joint library services. But what can the council do? They can ask the voters if they wish to approve a general fund millage increase. We no longer have, or you no longer have, the authority to advance a millage increase. That has to be done by a vote of the people. And that's the third thing you can do. You can ask the voters if they wish to approve a millage increase for a specific use. So the first thing you can do is ask for, if you wish, a general fund millage increase. You could also ask the voters if they wanted to approve a millage increase for a specific use, like a library. You could also establish an independent library board separate from the general fund and levy up to $1 million for the operation thereof. That levy would have to be commensurate to our actual costs. City Council can also authorize the use of the Budget Stabilization Fund, fund balance, and increase some administrative fees. I've already taken the liberty, and I apologize for doing that, of the Budget Stabilization Fund to help defray costs in future years in our model. City Council can also transfer some funds from general capital to general operating, although I do not recommend that any reduction be made for, or any reallocation come from roads to general fund. As manager, I also have a little bit of heartburn transferring any capital to general fund, because what happens is that the capital transfer is only a one-time cost, and once that money is absorbed by ongoing O&M costs or personnel costs, what you have is essentially a year later another layoff situation with no funding available to improve the city's infrastructure through a capital programming. I was also asked, in speaking with the residents, what it would take to restore public safety services, which I define primarily as police, fire, and public works. And in response, to maintain police and fire departments at a current level of service, and also public works 24-hour response protocol for snow and ice removal, would cost about $1 million of operating levy. This option will be utilized in conjunction still with regionalization, privatization, and reductions in staff, as well as wage and benefit concessions. I'm also requesting, regardless of what you do, that any savings that we have from the regionalization or privatization or concessions be set aside each year for restoration of services in subsequent fiscal years. Additionally, there's another option that council has to advance to the residents, if they so wish, on what it would take to restore public services and partially restore quality of life services, as we've outlined in essentially option 2. It would still be the part-time library, the part-time museum and nature center, but with a full-time community center. And that would take about $1.5 million. And again, all options are used in conjunction with the option the manager has and staff of reducing employee costs. Additionally, an option that you could look at is what it would cost to restore public safety services and fully restore the quality of life services. That would be, and again, our initial rough cut estimate, about $2 million. And again, in conjunction with a partnership from city staff and all employees. I was also asked what it would cost the average residential taxpayer for $1 million. And $1 million equates to approximately $103 on the average 2010 residential tax bill. And this is going to be approximately $55 less than the average 2009 residential tax bill. What that means is that with no millage increase, there should be about a $158 return on average to each homeowner. What is the value of $1 million? Well, based upon the first part of our presentation with declining revenues, it goes from $4.6 million in fiscal year 2010-11 to about an estimate of $3.5 million in 2014-15. Last slide is that if the council were to decide to have the voters vote on this matter, what is a recommended time frame under this current sitting council? And that would be next week, a continuation of the presentation. Actually, now it's a continuation of answering questions or comments from the audience or a dialogue with us. On the 19th, council could schedule an election for proposed millage, if they so chose, and as well as millage ballot language. And then once approved, that language would be forwarded to the Oakland County Clerk. It would be a special election on February 23rd. I was also asked, why do this now? Why not wait? And I think that, and I hope that the presentation showed the sense of urgency that we're under. If I would have come to you in February or March and said, you know what, we're $6.2 million short, here's option 1, here's option 2, what do you like to do? There wouldn't be any time for fiscal year 2010 to have the residents decide what kind of community they wanted. There wouldn't be that much time for the manager to speak to his employees about contributions as well. That's why it's now. If I'm asked what the absolute drop-dead time frame is, Tony can answer that. It's sometime in December.
Bartholomew?
The ballot language would need to be forwarded to the Oakland County Clerk no later than December 15th.
Thank you. Mr. Zerlang, at this point, I'm going to entertain questions from council on what's been presented.
I can certainly do that, and this is your choice totally. We're here to serve at your pleasure, but I've received phone calls from Senator Papageorge and Representative Nolenberg, who also wanted a few minutes of your time to speak about this matter. They can speak about it now, or they can speak about it under persons in the audience.
I'm hearing seeing some motion down here, but I can't hear what they're saying. Yes, Councilman Beltrame?
I think we'd like to let him speak now.
Okay. Their comments, Mr. Zerlang, are related to Troy's situation and their view of it from being our state representatives, correct?
I believe the comments, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I believe the comments pertain to the veracity of our declining revenue line projection, because that underpins everything else. If you don't believe the revenue line projection, nothing else matters. That needs to be embedded tonight.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Howard, you had a question?
If I might, I just had a question on the election issue, Mr. Zerleg, if I might. My first part is, how much is that going to cost us, the election? And I've got an idea, but I don't want to just throw out a number.
Okay. Mrs. Bartholomew can respond to that.
The cost for a full election, running all 31 precincts and 6 counting boards, would run in the neighborhood of $125,000. In that amount, there is wrapped in straight time wages, overtime wages, part-time wages, and benefits, as well as all one-time usage type things such as ballots, envelopes, and the like. For election of that nature, because there would not be a statewide question on that ballot, we would look very strongly at consolidating the precincts, and we would consolidate them down anywhere between 11 and 18 precincts. If it's a one-question ballot, we'll take it down further. Each time we reduce the number of precincts, we greatly reduce the cost. I would estimate that it would come in around the $75,000 range, and again, that would include wages.
So the incremental cost is actually less than that, because that includes wages that we're already paying. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And just one other follow-up. Would it be possible to use some of this fund balance to bide us over through the, so we could have an August election?
The $10.5 million fund balance?
That is correct, right?
That would be up to the governing body, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Papageorge?
Mayor, members of the City Council, I appreciate you giving me a few minutes to put what's going on in the state and how it's going to affect you. And I've just got a couple of slides here so I can get through this fast. The difference at the state level is the stimulus money. But that stimulus money is a siren song. If we don't use it effectively, we'll have a huge, huge cliff that we'll have to face in 2011. Now, I try to explain to people the difference between $1 million and $1 billion. If we had $1 million in front of us in brand new $10 bills, the stack would be about 2 feet high. $1 billion is taller than the Empire State Building, and the state is short $2.8 billion. There are 7 of us, 4 senators and 3 representatives, both parties, that have been working this issue. I'm one of them. At the very first meeting, I made the point that although we were short all across the board, we could not spend the stimulus money to solve our problem immediately, the 5-month problem we had in this budget, and then what happens out to the first quarter of 2011 when the stimulus money goes away. So our group met. We thought we had a $785 million problem between then and 1 October. That was 5 months. We cut $350 million. The governor signed an executive order. And if we hold that cut into the 09-10 budget, you multiply it by 4, and you have $104 billion without additional cuts. The very next day after we solved our problem, the revenue estimate came in for May, and we were short another $500 million. That meant we had a $1.8 billion problem in general fund and about an $800 million problem with K-12, which is a separate budget. Actually, things got worse. We are now short $1.8 billion in the general fund and almost $1 billion in K-12. What the Senate has done is solve the problem with reducing expenditures entirely and pushing some of the stimulus money to the right into 2011 so we don't have this big cliff. The House, on the other hand, would prefer some sort of tax increase, revenue enhancement. But it has been unwilling to vote out a bill. And the Constitution is very clear. You have to balance the budget every year. If your expenses exceed your revenues, you have to put in a set of bills that say, here's how we're going to get more money. On the 26th of June, the Senate put out its bills, and they were all revenue or reduction of expenditures, no tax increase. We haven't heard from the House. Finally, just about a week ago, the Speaker of the House said, well, that's the only bill there. I have 67 members on my side of the aisle. I only need 56 for any kind of revenue increase, and I can't get 56 votes. So the issue of more money is dead. Tomorrow I'll be voting out the general government budget, which includes revenue sharing. I want to tell you, at that very first meeting I talked about, when they laid the paper out, revenue sharing was at 0. And I said, listen, folks, on an average, 75% of the local money is property tax, 25% is revenue sharing. They're getting killed on property taxes. You cut revenue sharing, you hit them twice. So we're not going to do that. And I've been trying to maintain that the cut in revenue sharing at 12%. Tomorrow when I vote it out, I'm going to be very close to that number, even though the leadership told me to cut a little more. And that's the best I can do for you, because the reforms that we need to do have been extremely difficult to accomplish. For example, if we eliminate the little tags on the license plate, which are absolutely useless, they only worked when everybody got the tag on 1 January, we could save money there. Fewer people would go to the Secretary of State office, and we would need less officers, less offices. It's been a killer to do. Bring me back for about a half hour, and I'll tell you all the kinds of reforms that we could put in place that would change the way we do business. And I want to close by saying I am so impressed that you are thinking past next year's budget. If we could get everybody in this state to be as proactive as you've been tonight, the state would really be well off. And again, I can only congratulate you. I'm going to get out of here as quick as possible. It's my anniversary. I thought we'd celebrate last night, but I was in Lansing all day yesterday. So if you have no questions, I'm going to leave.
Thank you, Senator Coppinger. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Representative Marty Nolenberg, would you like to add just a quick note? I know that John explained most of it.
Thank you for having me as well. And again, I want to echo what the senator just said about taking a progressive forward action in this regard. Our state is in serious trouble as well. And I think it's important that you understand why we are in big trouble. You need to first look at the state's revenues. Now, the state gets its revenues primarily in 3 different places. It gets it from the businesses, it gets it from income taxes, and also gets it from sales taxes. And if you look at what's happening with our manufacturing base, with our job providers in the state, they are hurting. They are making cuts, and as a result of that, our business tax collections are down. They're making cuts primarily in the area of wages. They're cutting payroll, they're reducing wages, and as a result of that, we have less income tax revenues. And because of that scenario, because people don't have money to spend, we aren't getting the sales tax revenues from the goods and services. They aren't buying them. And that is not real complicated. I think we tend to make this problem much more complicated. As a result, the state's revenues are down 22%. And it probably will not get better in the forthcoming year. We have to recognize that. Now, what's the solution? There's not many, but the first, we can use the stimulus money. The problem with the stimulus money is that there's not enough of it, number one. Number two, we're kicking the can down the road. Number three, it's really not a stimulus use. If you're going to use those dollars, they should be used for infrastructure needs. So that's not going to help us. We can raise taxes. That just isn't realistic. If you want to generate 22% of additional revenues through taxes, that's not real. It's not going to happen. And if you were to raise taxes 22%, you're not going to collect 22% of additional revenues. You'll probably have to increase it 30 to 35%. It's not going to happen. So that's not a good solution. Particularly when our businesses and our families are hurting, to pile on another increase on them is not a good solution. Keep in mind that we raised the income taxes 2 years ago, and we raised taxes on businesses, and then we added a surcharge on top of that. And where did that get us? It got us into negative revenue streams. The third solution is cuts. They're difficult to make. We need, in my view, we need to get our spending in line with our revenues. And it's going to be painful. It's going to be very painful. Now, to turn this thing around, the economy needs to pick up. And it starts with, we need jobs. And I just went through this scenario with you, and that's going to take some time. So in the meantime, it's going to be difficult. We're going to need to make the tough choices, and we're trying to do them at the state. One final point. The state certainly needs to sharpen its pencil. The senator mentioned a few. I'd like to mention a couple as well. If you work for the state of Michigan, you have seen your income increase 23% since 2003. I don't know of anybody who's seen their income increase 23% since 2003. Now, if we were just to freeze it this year, we're not even asking them to take a pay cut. It would save the state $31 million. The county, Oakland County, is taking a 2.5% cut in pay. If we just froze it, we'd save $31 million. Second thing, there's something called the Earned Income Tax Credit. And if we froze that credit, in other words, these individuals that are below a certain income stream own a house, family has, it's a complicated formula, but if we froze it, they would get the same credit as they got a year ago. We froze it moving forward. It would save the state $160 million. We're not taking anything away from them. We're just simply freezing what they received last year. So without those kinds of reforms and restructuring, we're going to have a tough time. And from my perspective, that's what I'm fighting for. I know you have a difficult task. We'd like, obviously, to funnel money in a way that's appropriate. And the local units, in my view, have do it better than the feds and do it better than the state. So appreciate the time. Thank you.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Howell, a question?
Yes, I do. I have a question. You threw out a number, and it was 23%. Who? Which employees? And what's your data?
Where's the data?
Yeah.
It's House Fiscal Services. It's the joint. I get my data from House Fiscal Services.
2 years ago, in 2007, the governor, who has responsibility in this area through the State Employment Office, offered a set of 3 increases in pay over 3 years. And we're suffering with that third one this year.
But see, there are different bargaining units across the state, and you have the Civil Service Commission, which threw out increases, I think, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And those people had never had those restored. So my only concern, and it's we're very tangential to the issue here, but when a number is thrown out like that, if you could simply provide the data to me and my
that's simple. It's public knowledge,
yeah.
and it has to be renegotiated. The way to get around it is we're taking furlough days. That is, people are coming in and they're not being paid while they're there. And since I've been involved in so many cuts across the board, I took a 10% cut in my own pay voluntarily because this has to start at the top.
Excuse me, sir. I know, sir. Just a moment.
These are political speeches, and I don't appreciate that.
Sir, please. I asked specifically before they started if it was going to pertain to Troy. You heard me ask that, didn't you? Okay. And I would like to know if council has questions for the staff before we get the comments from the general public. Since this is not really a public hearing on this item, but we are going to hear from the citizens, yes. But there was a lot of data that was provided, and council may have some specific questions. So I need to ask that at this point. Council members?
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Beltramini, yes.
I had a question for Mr. Farrell, if I might.
On the presentation that was done with regarding Troy's situation, correct? Thank you.
You gave a whole lot of statistics, and I wrote down most of them, and they're all in here, and thank you very much. None of that spoke to commercial foreclosures. We have seen many residential foreclosures that have begun to drag down prices, if not. What's the situation in commercial property?
Findings are very consistent with what you see in residential, if not more so. The reality is there has been almost a complete drought in commercial transactions or investment transactions, sale of one commercial property to another since October of last year. There has been occurrence of it, primarily to user-based situations. Investors, i.e. your developer, investors, everything from the known names to the investment dollars being put back in from a full-time employee for GM and Ford and diversify their investment income, has been completely shut off because the lending institutions are not lending on commercial real estate for investment purpose.
I ask because I sit on the Financial Policy Committee for the National League of Cities, and we've been talking about, as a national trend, commercial property, we're going to see more and more foreclosures. And I'm concerned about 42% of our tax base, or 48% being in commercial property. How is that going to affect our numbers in the next 2 to 4 years?
To give you some real-life for instances, and I won't reference specific addresses out of privilege to those addresses, but
Absolutely.
Properties in this community, hundreds of thousands of square feet, at bases of $110, $111 a square foot 2 years ago. The paper is now being traded back to those borrowers or other investors at 40 cents, 50 cents on the dollar.
Thanks.
And in time, as those transpire through the system, over a matter of years, it will affect the tax revenue significantly. The second statement is on the how is a commercial property valued? It's not based on the home down the street that's sold of similar size and similar quality. It's sold based on the value of the income potential for that property or the return on that investment. And with the leasing at a drought, with the cost of leasing, i.e. the improvements to a premises, the abatement, the other concessions that owners have to do to attract those users, and the increase in the vacancy, it's safe to say the vast majority of every commercial asset in the market that is a multi-tenant asset is drastically underwater and or on the brink of major covenant issues in their lending. Covenant issues are debt coverage ratios and loan-to-value ratios, and the banks are looking for their recourse. So it is forcing the hand in that marketplace.
So our predictions could be negatively impacted from that
Yes.
over time. Thank you.
We track a significant amount of commercial red-flagged assets, both in the CMBS open market, that's the life company Conduit, as well as the local banks, and the story is similar across the board.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council needs to take a 5 minutes only, not 10, 5-minute break. We'll be back to continue on. 5 minutes. patience, and also their attentiveness. I was very impressed with the audience, and I know that that will continue as we have people come up to speak. If not, we will ask some people to leave. The other thing is, as you are invited to come up, you need to present your green slip to Cheryl here before you speak. And remember, we're going to queue people up 5, and then 5, and then 5. And we're asking that you hold to the 3-minute time, and that you try not to repeat things that other folks have said. We know that people learned a lot in the presentations, but they also have things that they want to say. I first need to ask, though, if council members had further questions before we open it up to the audience. So, council members, do you have questions at this point? Something you need clarified before we ask for comments? Councilman Eisenbacher.
Going back to slide number 10.
And council members, there's something about the mics. You got to speak right up to the mics tonight.
Going back to slide number 10. That's slide number 10 on page 5 of the handout. Bullet 3 is that roughly 2% of all residential property parcels are exempt from taxation. I just wanted to clarify, is that the retirement housing that's exempt and the low-income exemption that people can apply for, or is that different?
Mayor and City Council, that is some of it's low-income housing that's excluded, and also for various parsonages and so forth that where there may be priests or soul members that live in those homes that are not taxable.
Okay. I had one other question marked, turning to. And then all of the assumptions in terms of revenues and expenditures and cuts with option 1 and 2, do they assume any concessions from the employees for benefits or for wages?
No, they don't. Although I did indicate that we need to have a partnership between all the employees and the community and the governing body. The assumption line, though, assumes no change to anything. So, in response, if there were to be, and again, it does also not, it does include savings from privatization and regionalization, as well as elimination of certain individuals, but does not consider concessions. Again, I'm looking for between $2 and $3 million of employee concessions.
Okay, thank you. And then final question ties into what you just said. You talked about privatize, regionalize. How much have we looked at what I would refer to as volunteerize? Last year, when we were looking at the Nature Center, we had a very strong community outpouring for that location. And now we've got multiple locations, and we're seeing a commensurate community outpouring of support for these facilities. If we were to have a minimum full-time staff, similar to our fire department, and then supported by volunteers, do you have any idea of what sort of impact that could have on various facilities?
No, sir, I don't at this time, but we'll speak to those departments where you could take a look at volunteers. Essentially, I think the OEC, I'm sorry, the Nature Center, and the museum. I know we have volunteers at the museum that Lorraine Campbell can address much better than I could. I don't know if we have volunteers per se at the library, although we do have the Friends of the Library that volunteer their time. So I have to find out what scope of work the volunteers would perform and in what particular areas. I don't think we'd have volunteers for anything that would be a licensed position, like an inspector or an appraiser or anyone in the police department. again, we do have, as a stellar example, I think, in the entire Midwest, our volunteer fire department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from council or staff at this point? Okay, the folks that have numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, if you would come up in that order. A person that has 1, give your card to Cheryl and stand here at the beginning, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll be the, and remember that the time is 3 minutes. You don't have to take 3 if you don't need it, but go ahead. Okay. And give us your name.
Good evening. My name is Mike Kerr. I've been a Troy resident for 32 years. I came to the assessing department early this afternoon and asked them what my 2009, what 1 mil increase in my 2009 taxes would come to. When I come home in the evening, I take pocket change out of my pants and I throw it in this container. You can see it's well used. This represents more money than a 1 mil increase to my 2009 taxes. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and as an infantry platoon leader there I saw a lot of death, but it didn't prepare me for what I saw on the streets of the city of Troy for 32 years. Three of the first 4 times I did cardiopulmonary resuscitation, it was on children under the age of 19. 1 a drug overdose, 1 an accident relating to alcohol abuse. I was a second car at the scene of Jill Robinson's murder site, which is only a good tee shot from where we stand.
Mr. Kerr, I need to interrupt you because I know you have a tale to tell, but if we're going to hear from all the people here, you need to get to talking about what we're going to talk about tonight. Please. Thank you.
I am.
I know.
I am.
I understand, and I'm respectful of that. I'm just trying to...
Okay. Then I'll skip the rest of my presentation and indicate to you that we live in a safe community, not because of accident, but because of diligent hard work by our police department. There are currently 7,200 people on felony probation and parole in Oakland County, and if it wasn't for our diligent work of our police department, the statistics would be off the chart. Please have courage enough to allocate resources to them so they can properly do their job. Without having a safe and secure environment here, nothing else matters. Parks, libraries, nothing. If we can't protect our own people, we're certainly in dire straits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, the next person.
Hi. Am I close enough?
Yeah.
I'm Barbara Picken-Klein. I've lived in Troy in the Emerald Lakes subdivision and now in the Carlson Heights subdivision for 26 years, all my adult life. I've been a Detroit teacher. I've seen what the lack of a library does to a city. I know how important the library is to me and how important it is to this city. I also know, because of personal experience, how important the police are in my neighborhood and to my family. I think that this is an extraordinary, world-class city. I have watched it build. I knew it when it was Big Beaver, essentially, and now when it's Troy. I came and sat early. That's why I was number 4, because I just wanted to get in. And surprisingly, I could talk. I say thank you to all of you. This has been a very informative meeting. I also believe that it takes a village to raise a child, and now I'd like to amend that to takes a millage to raise a child. And thank you very much.
Folks, it's going to take time if you clap every time. You could smile or frown at stuff. Okay, if we could, before you speak, sir, could we have people with 6 through 12 come up in the aisle and give your card to Cheryl, please? Yes, sir. Please give us your name.
Before that, Your Honor, I don't know if this is appropriate, but I humbly request that the mayor and council members allow me my 5 minutes. I've been working 24/7 on this. If I've got to go from 5 to 3, I'm taking 40% of data that this panel and the citizens of Troy should be aware of.
Sir,
I would like your consideration.
You heard me hurry Mr. Kerr around, so please
Good evening,
stop.
Mayor and council members. My name is Jerry Koval. I'm here to support keeping our facilities open to the citizens of Troy. My wife, Joan, and I moved to Troy in 1972. We moved to the city of tomorrow today to raise children and educate them in this fine city. At the same time, the city management is having discussions on a 6-year plan for eliminating city services. We understand that the city is promoting a Live and Learn in Troy program, highlighting our exemplary schools, businesses, and services that our citizens appreciate and enjoy. These changes appear to be in direct opposition to attracting new residents and new businesses to our city. What new business will come to a city without a library, without a community center? Regarding our community center, I am the director of the Mouth Organ Grinders, a nonprofit organization of folks that play harmonica at the Center for the Enjoyment of Others. Our group performs at many retirement centers, nursing homes, rehab centers, non-denominational social service organizations, for churches of any faith, both within and outside of the city. We feel privileged to provide enjoyment to people of our community and are thankful to be able to rehearse at the center. We provide free lessons for those that wish to learn how to play harmonica. We teach how to read music so that they may play along with the band. Closing the center would eliminate the enjoyment that many folks look forward to. We purchase our music and equipment with donations. Excess donations are given to charitable organizations. 5 years shared last year by the Troy People Concerned and the George Koo Memorial Fund. Regarding our library, I, along with many others, have taken computer classes at the library. Computer technology and skills are a new world for many in our community, often challenging, intimidating. Every instructor at the library has been helpful and patient to those of us that need these skills and for information and the ability to cope with our changing world. For the community center, participation in senior programs exceeded 117,000. Volunteers like myself contributed over 16,000 hours to these programs. Last year, over 10,000 persons attended the Adaptive Recreation Program for persons with disabilities. Over 943,000 people walked through the center doors. Typical nonprofit groups use this center are Scouts, homeowners associations, youth sports, soccer, football, and baseball. There are also room reservations for the Troy School District, the Cancer Society, Troy Garden Clubs, Newcomer Club, and various ethnic groups.
Sir, I'm going to have to interrupt you. Go to your summing up. I'm really going to hold everybody to 3 minutes.
How can we be considered a forward-thinking, dynamic city if we eliminate any of these activities? How can we draw new people and businesses to our city if we are not the community we are today and have promised to be in the future? Can you imagine new folks and businesses moving into a city without a library, without a community center? I cannot. We must remain the city of tomorrow today and not become the city of yesterday. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Come up and give us your name.
Hi, thank you. I'm David Easterbrook. I'm a 16-year Troy resident. I just want to let you know this is an awesome community that we live in, one that I've decided to make home, hopefully, for the rest of my life. You have heard and will continue to hear tonight all about Troy being the safest city in Michigan, serious crime decreasing over the past 10 years. It was the 6th safest city in the nation in 05 and 06. You've seen the city on CNN being honored as the best community in Michigan and the 22nd nationwide in terms of quality of life. Yes, this is a great city in which we live, and it has the top police department in the state. However, having read through Mr. Zerlach's, I'll call it the Doomsday Report, is a frightening, eye-opening experience. It sounds like everything we have here will vanish overnight. Everything previous city councils have worked for and the citizens have paid for will mostly disappear. This is not what I want. I want to maintain this quality of life, as I'm sure each and every one of you do. It's not going to happen if we simply cut costs as proposed in this earlier report. I spent 25 plus years at a large retail chain. When time got tough, we focused on cutting cashiers, cutting sales help, cutting management. What wound up happening, we didn't have anyone at the front of the store to take your money. We didn't have anyone to try to sell you anything. Management got overworked, the good ones left, and eventually the company filed for bankruptcy. Cutting costs to solve this problem, quite frankly, is an easy solution for you folks to take, especially when 71% of your costs are personnel related. You know, in private business, profit is not a dirty word. It's needed to maintain the business and the livelihood of those that are employed. In the same text, taxes are not a bad word. Many of you ran on a new tax platform to get elected, no new taxes. Sure, this sounds great, and it plays well to most voters, and it got you elected. But we have obviously hit a wall here. It's time for you to focus on revenue-generating solutions with some cutting of cost. You must act intelligently if we're going to maintain a semblance of our current quality of life. Taxes are needed to provide the basics, and that's the heart of the issue. What are the basics to the citizens of Troy? Basic services to us are probably different than they are to the citizens of Hazel Park and other cities such as Detroit. What would I do if I were in your seats? I'd help define what are the basics that we as a community wanted to keep and then work hard to achieve those goals. Yes, we can cut some fat, but the real solution is an increase in revenue to preserve past and future investments. Put a millage increase on a ballot. Let the community decide what quality of life is. Let us decide if we're willing to make up that approximately $158 per household tax revenue loss by an increase in millage. What if I can't afford the increase? Consider encouraging those who can't do it to work with the appeal board for a poverty exemption. There's hundreds of people on that today. See what other cities are doing, but focus on revenue. And then when the city's back on its feet, run for office again and promise to cut the taxes, because by then you'll probably be able to do so. If you don't focus on revenues and only cuts are enacted, the death spiral of this great city begins, and it will be time to move on. Do what's right. Take this to the voters and let us decide. It's time to be a leader, not a politician. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Smile if you like it, frown if you don't. Okay. Because this way, you see how fast it's moving?
Good evening, Mayor Schilling, council members. My name is Carmen Johnson, and I come to speak in support of being fiscally responsible as a community. These are tough times. They're not the fault of anyone, but they're the result of changes in the marketplace. Bob Dadow has laid out very clearly for us, and L. Brooks Patterson has restated the need to look at the problem straight in the face. My response is to ask the council to have the courage to make those tough decisions. As we have all heard, our city manager has laid out 2 ideas for balancing our city budget. I propose that there are many more than just 2. I suggest that we do the following. 1, eliminate non-essential services and run essential services at an essential level. I strongly support our police department. Since 2003, Chief Kraft and Chief Mayer have scaled back headcount in preparation for this day through attrition. They have cross-trained police officers to take on several roles within the force. They have used non-sworn resources to cut costs. They have shared 911 and other resources with other neighboring communities to provide a revenue stream. They are one of these essential services that is exemplary. Number 2, we need to search for additional efficiencies in our current city structure by combining or eliminating departments. Number 3, we need to ask our Troy employees for wage concessions rather than cutting jobs. In today's economy, all of our local businesses have had to cut back on wages and benefits for their employees. Our city needs to do the same. Number 4, we need to search for additional revenue streams by offering our best-in-class services to our neighboring communities and sharing the cost. Number 5, we need to do more to encourage new businesses to come to Troy. We need to bring the 60-40 balance back to our tax burden, 60% business, 40% residential. Since Doug Smith left, we have not had anyone that had worked on Troy's economic development full-time. As I've walked our community, I have found that many of our families are struggling to make ends meet. Some have lost their jobs, others have lost their benefits, and those still working are struggling to do the work of what would have been 2 or 3 individuals' work. We cannot do as a city is to bury our heads in the sand and pretend the struggle does not exist. As families are tightening the belt, we as a community must do the same. Families are looking at their budgets, trying to determine what are the priorities and what can be eliminated. None of the things in the city budget are bad. In fact, all are good. But which are the priorities, and how can we make those priorities more efficient? L. Brooks Patterson has done many things within the county that could be implemented at the local level. But we as a community need leaders who will not be afraid to take the risk and think out of the box, who will look at the issues straight in the face and be bold and make the right changes. L. Brooks Patterson has not asked for any increases in millage for the county, and I believe we as a community need to take his lead. We can maintain our best-in-class services if we follow his pattern and act boldly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Doug Teets. I think there's a lot to be talking about, but it's particularly the difference between how the state has handled this crisis and how the county's handled it. the state has all been in response. There haven't been any proactive measures. At the county, it's been the exact opposite. And I think that's the attitude we need to take right now, is going to the employees and asking for concessions and being very forceful about that. You know, you go walking door to door, you talk to your neighbors. A lot of your neighbors won't tell you this, but they've had their own concessions. 10% drop in pay, a 20% drop in pay. Someone loses their job, or someone has to take a part-time job. And we need to be honest with our employees and with the community as a whole and say that we cannot expect people to pay more right now. They can't afford it. That said, our priorities are clear. Police, fire, roads. I mean, public safety and roads are really the fundamentals of a city. And if we don't complete those well, the city goes down the tubes. That said, there are other things that are great, and that's why people come to the city of Troy. All that said, it's a question of being proactive. I challenge the council to handle these problems, to take it head on, make decisions at the table, instead of washing your hands and saying, decide for yourself. Because really, that's why you hire a city council. And so that's what I would challenge you to do between now and when it comes time to actually pass the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person.
Good evening. I'm John Lavender, a 31-year resident of Troy, a board member of the Troy Historical Society and co-chairman of the Society's Heritage Campaign Committee. I'm here tonight speaking about my concern for the quality of life facilities in Troy, endangered by the anticipated revenue reductions and the proposed budget cuts. The library, the community center, the nature center, and particularly for me, the Troy Museum and Historic Village. My first area of concern is for the facilities themselves. Troy's been an attractive place to live and locate businesses for a number of reasons, among them a comparatively low tax rate, excellent schools, and facilities which add to the quality of life for those who live, work here, and visit. Our city has grown because people from many backgrounds and cultures like what Troy has to offer, and our community is much better off as a result. When the economy improves, aiding in Troy's recovery will be those same facilities that add to the quality of life here. We should not close the assets that make Troy unique and desirable and relegate Troy to the status of just another city with no particular quality of life features. We will need to fill empty storefronts and vacant homes. The Troy Museum and Historic Village has been called a gem. It is the one place in Troy that documents, carefully preserves, and displays the heritage of our city. It provides a sense of community and a gathering place for events in a city that always has lacked a downtown area. Led by a professional staff experienced in teaching, the museum's programs are high quality and unique. And the museum is considered an important educational facility by the 12,000 plus students and teachers who participate in programs there each year. Our community can and should afford to support this valuable institution. My second area of concern is for the ongoing improvements of the Troy Museum and Historic Village. They represent a partnership between the city and the Troy Historical Society, with the society providing the funding. As you know, because you approved the site plan for the museum, there are several improvements which are to be implemented in phases over time as the economy permits. The first phase of improvements began when the City Council accepted the gift of the Niles Bernard House, the most historically significant house in Troy, on the condition that it be moved to the Historic Village and adaptively renovated to interpret history in Troy, including the contributions of Norman Bernard. The Society proceeded with the project by funding the purchase of 2 residential properties to provide a place for the house and room for other improvements. We also engaged and funded an architect who prepared the overall site plan that you approved, performed engineering services, and prepared drawings as needed for the project. At this point, I think the city has an obligation to follow through on the agreement to move the house to the museum with the Historical Society funding. Additionally, the Society's Heritage Campaign, which is raising funds for the project, has raised almost $750,000, some of which is earmarked by donors for the Niles Barnard House move. We already have spent about $500,000 toward implementing the plan. I'm very concerned for the future of our investment and our obligation to our donors. I ask that, understanding the difficult decisions be made, the city find a way and the options available to keep the museum open and work with us to eventually follow through on the planned museum improvements. Thank you for the opportunity to express my views.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Jack Witt, a resident of the city of Troy. And while I'm here speaking on my own behalf, I think I speak for a majority of the residents of the city of Troy with the couple of points I'm going to be making. And in fact, I would say that a couple of people in front of me, I think it was number 8, the lady, and then number 9, Mr. Teets. I'm not sure I can improve on their comments. I think, though, first of all, I do want to recognize as a resident the fact that it is admirable to be looking at budget issues in advance. I appreciate a lot of work was done in terms of the presentation today, but as a resident, as the ultimate authority, if you will, the ultimate entity that's to be served, I reject the notion that the solutions have to be so hard and fast. I think the decision about what the solutions will be are not the administration's, they're the council's. Council was elected to represent the residents, the taxpayers. I think it's very important to understand that. So while I appreciate the suggestions, I certainly think it's important that the council, I urge the council to understand that these are not the limits of the solutions. Concerning the overall approach of whether an increase in taxes is appropriate, I think I speak for a majority of the residents of the city of Troy when I say absolutely not. As our state representative said, when families are hurting, piling another tax on them is not realistic. I suggest that that, in fact, is the easy way out. And guess what? It's a slippery slope. I think what you have to do is address your structural challenges. Those obviously are to a large degree personnel, as identified by the city manager. 71% of your general fund expenses related to personnel. It's the nature of government. Some of the benefit arrangements, which I've looked at in the case of this town, the rates of pay, the increases provided in recent settlements, in many cases are super competitive. And that's compensation professionals speak for above a competitive level. Now, some of these were entered into, of course, when things were better, times were better. But I think you have a strong individual in the city manager, and you have a very strong individual in your human resources director, that they should be charged with the obligation to go and adjust, to the extent they can, those structural problems in terms of pay and benefits. I think it's extremely important to address that. All other entities are, all corporations and business firms are, and in fact, families are. So again, I think it's really important. I urge you to realize that a tax increase is not a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. And before the next speaker starts, could we have numbers 13 through 20 queue up there in the aisle? Yes, come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Council and Mr. Zerlag, for really painting a picture of what exactly this city is facing. My name is Ed Spillers. I'm a resident and a business owner here in the city of Troy. As Mr. Zerlag mentioned in the council meeting on the 14th, what you decide as a governing body, and ultimately what you decide as residents, as we decide as residents of Troy, will dictate what the city will look like in the future. My concern is if we do not act correctly, two things will be our city's emanation. We will lose our status as the most livable city and safest city and witness population deterioration. Even more rapidly will be our business sector. We will become a city no longer accountable to the citizens and see severe desolation, or worse, loss of the very services we cherish, which makes us unique. The loss or privatization of the library, community center, or any other services, including reductions in the police and fire, would be devastating. This is now our greatest opportunity. Now we face a budget shortfall that could cripple our abilities to deliver opportunity to reset the atmosphere to bring jobs and sustainable economic growth back to our city. If we are ever to return Troy to its proud stature of being open for business and promoting growth for businesses of all sizes and services, we must make the hard decisions now. We cannot stand at the threshold of possibility and now suddenly back out of the and close the depot of prosperity. Troy can show leadership on this issue while standing in the face of economic vulnerability, saying, yes, we did. We had the hard choice. We had the hard choice in front of us, and we protected our city and its future. the best way to secure the future of our library, community center, nature center, historical museum, city services, fire, and police in jeopardy of cuts and closures or privatization is simple. The people of Troy must be allowed to be at the bargaining table. Simply shutting down these vital services sends the wrong message. While privatization may be an easy route, it may not offer the same level of services we cherish right now. We have to make the tough decisions to continue our growth. Believe me, I do not like taxes at all. We must stop demonizing government, though, and believing that it is an institution bent on reducing our abilities to live our life and grow because of its tax structure. Taxes are not a four-letter word. They are an investment in the community and the services that we cherish and value in this city. Those tax dollars represent the hundreds of your neighbors that go to work for this city every day so we can maintain a quality of life. Taxes are not abominable. They are an investment and a commitment and a responsibility. That's why this council must approve a ballot proposal for the millage increase suggested by Mr. Zerlak and allow the people to make a decision to keep these beloved services and protect our future. Even if we pass a millage, we will still have one of the lowest tax structures in Oakland County. I will vote for the millage increase because it is vital to Troy's economic growth, important to the stability of this community, and vital to the protection of the residents. I will only vote for candidates who support the millage increase. And let it be known clearly right now, I will only support those current council members who are willing to stand firm and stand strong for this city of Troy that we all love, and renew their pledge for the city's growth and support a millage increase. Thank you.
And the next speaker, please. Are you giving your cards to Cheryl as you come up? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First of all, I'd just like to state that the common ground, as I've been listening to all of this that I have with just about everybody, is yes, there is a shortfall, and yes, we need to be proactive. What I would suggest is that there are many options that would not eviscerate this city. And I don't have time to go into all of them. There are many. I've been talking all day to people, and there's just so many, and so many details, but who can do that in 3 minutes? I think that you need to dig deeper and find those things out, or we'll share them, or find a way to get that information. And then put those into effect to hold us over to the next regular election. A special election is too expensive. We can't afford that. But then, in the regular election, which this would allow to happen, let the people decide. I've heard yes, I've heard no on taxes. And you know what I always say? No matter what level of unit of government I'm listening to, when I hear that kind of a split, I say, hey, step back, let the people decide. That's what you're supposed to be doing, is representing the people. And let them decide. Now, here's where the disconnect is between what has been presented tonight and what is really happening out there. It's a story behind the story. And here's what it is. We just came from a meeting prior to this meeting that I don't think was very well publicized, and it was in an area that the public is totally unfamiliar with, and it was also in conflict time-wise with signing up for speaking at this meeting and attending that one on time. You couldn't do it. All right. What were you talking about at that meeting? You were talking about, with Grand Sacra, who bought the Kmart headquarters site. And they're pitching to you that they want us to build them a parking lot. And guess what? The Planning Commission and the Council and the comments that I heard, you're very interested in pursuing that talk. Now, I'm not saying you're going to go that route, okay, but those comments were, oh, let's keep talking. Building somebody a parking lot when we're talking about losing our library. Okay. All right. The second disconnect, I just want to, I'm on a time track here. The second thing is spending on lobbyists for the transit center. Okay. That should have been gone long ago. And if that transit center does get built with federal dollars, guess what? We are going to have to pay for maintenance and operation. Thirdly, right as we speak, the DDA is spending their excess money that they're sitting on their silo of dough, putting red bricks down on Big Beaver Road. Now tell me, now that is really what I wanted to talk about, and I just threw it out the window, because in that packet we've got stats that say that, well, if we stop the DDA, Oh, see? You don't want to hear.
But Marianne, okay, Marianne, remember, you can email all these ideas to us, and we will read them. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Mary Zerlinden. I'm a 29-year-old college student, and thanks to credit cards, I am now filing for bankruptcy. Unfortunately, I seem to be a lot like a lot of people in this great country of ours. And one of the few things that I get enjoyment out of anymore is the library and our nature center. I'm an avowed bibliophile. For those of you who don't know what that word means, it's a $10 word that basically means I love books. And unfortunately, I have no money to purchase any of the new releases anymore, although, dear God, I wish I could. However, I'm at the library almost every week now, signing up for 5, 6, possibly 7 books at a time, waiting for my fair share to read these books that I would give my heart and soul to be able to have for myself. And sometimes when school gets too frustrating, when the weather's decent, one of the best things I like to do is go to the nature center, walk out on those trails, take a bird book from their little stock there and bring my binoculars and see how many birds I can find and just listen to the wildlife. You know, that's one of the few things that have probably kept me from needing therapy, is listening to the animals and seeing how many animals I can find. Frankly, if any of those things go away, I'm afraid that so many of our future generations are going to miss out. One of the few things that I enjoyed growing up as a resident of the Troy school system was going to the nature center for the maple sugaring time, was going to the museum and learning how to make a kite out of newspaper and then flying it for hours with my father until the wind destroyed it. Going to the library and participating in any of those reading marathons that they had so you could win some sort of cheesy little prize for reading 10 books that summer. All of those things just mean so much. And if our kids and our grandkids, and I'm probably reaching way too far in the future, but if any of our kids have to miss out on that, there's going to be no point in coming to the city anymore. This is the best city in the entire state, possibly one of the best in the entire country, and I don't want to lose what makes it great. So please, just, I know taxes are a rough word. I know that's a bitter pill to swallow, and I can come up with a bunch of little homilies for it. But the fact is, if it keeps us running and keeps us alive, then, you know, by all means, take my wallet, take what's left of it, and make it useful to you, because that's all I can give. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please. Jeannie.
As a 47-year resident and a former member of this city council, I have a vested interest in this community.
For those that don't know, this is Jeannie Stein.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have been told that our quality of life is in jeopardy. The amenities we have taken for granted, receive forever at the lowest tax rate in southeast Michigan, and those which have attracted businesses and residents to our city are being considered for the chopping block. The possibility of eliminating 170 full-time employees, closing the library and the community center, eliminating community affairs, and cutting fire and police personnel are all very real. We've certainly learned that tonight. Will we still enjoy the title of safest city in Michigan? Just last week, a doctor said to me, "You know why I like living in Troy? Because of the police presence in our neighborhoods." Well, that'll be gone. It appears that if we want to keep the quality of life we've enjoyed, one of the ways to extricate ourselves from the financial crisis we are in is to increase taxes. An unpopular suggestion, but it is a reasonable solution to an unreasonable situation. Right now, for all cities in Michigan, state revenue sharing has been cut, as we've heard tonight, $300,000 from the city of Troy. Added to this, home values are depreciating drastically. Consequently, Our next tax assessment will be less, but it will place an added financial burden to the city. If we are asked to vote for an additional 1 mil for the general fund or a dedicated millage for the library, most of us would find that this would not result in an increase over the amount we currently pay due to the depreciation mentioned before. As we heard from Mr. Lamorato, our assessments are going down, and a millage increase could result in a wash. The benefit of a millage increase is obvious. We can continue to live in the Troy that has been the envy of its neighbors and has always offered the best of services. On the other hand, we can choose to ignore the facts and take the easy way out, close the library and the community center, etc., and see businesses and residents head for greener pastures where they get only what they pay for. In the city of Troy, we have always gotten more than our money's worth. Thank you.
The next speaker, and if I could have people that have 20 through 25 come up in the line. 21 through 25, excuse me.
I'm Harry Philo. I'm a professional research librarian that's lived in Troy for more than 22 years. I use the library frequently because of the resources that are offered, the availability and high speed of the computers, and the helpful staff. Being a citizen of Troy and having access to the library and other now threatened city services is very valuable to me. For much of my work, I prefer to use the Troy Library over local university and research libraries, many of whom I've visited over the years. The electronic databases are much appreciated, as well as the medical and scientific professional journals. My observation is that all ages use the library, from preschool beginning readers to school kids preparing research papers to other people needing help finding online materials. I feel it would be reasonable for the council to ask the citizens of Troy for a 2 millage increase. I have more, but there's more people to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And folks, remember to give your card to Cheryl before you speak. Thank you. Yes.
My name is Kathy Fusneri. In 1976, my husband and I shopped for a community where we could raise a family and have a solid investment financially. We built a house in Troy. We took our children to story time at the library, to swim lessons at Community Ed, to participate in sports programs and dance classes at the community center, and they both attended Poppleton School. We participated my husband and I participated in a variety of enrichment classes ourselves, and were able to expose our kids to a wide variety of interests at affordable prices with other children whose families had similar goals. All of this took place in a diverse community that taught all of us the value of multicultural opportunities. Troy fulfilled all of the elements we desired in a family community and more. The amenities available here is what drew our families together. Troy's quality of life has made it the best city to live in Michigan, one of the safest in the nation. We have affordable housing, great schools, quality public services, and a solid bond rating. In the past few weeks at the grocery store, the fitness center, the community meetings, and walking the dog, I've heard from friends, neighbors, and colleagues how shocked they are by the announcement made by Mr. Zerlag and the prospect of losing the amenities that brought us together, the very elements that provide the quality of life in Troy. I've heard their dismay that we found ourselves in this position. I've listened to them express their disappointment with the rancor and the obstructionist behavior within our city government that's made it difficult to prevent the damage that's now threatening our community. From what I understand, our revenues are declining primarily due to market conditions, assessed valuations, and a reduction in state shared revenue. The reduction in our revenue due to this decline is what we need to replace. A millage increase to maintain our current level of taxation will preserve the level of services and our quality of life. The difference between the decline of assessed taxes and an increased millage is minimal. I'm asking each of you to stand up and do what's right for our community. Our family of 3 voters will support a 2 mil general fund increase that would retain these desired services. We'll do this for voting for it when it comes up for voter approval, by voting in November for those council candidates who support such a revenue increase, and by encouraging our friends, neighbors, and colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy?
Hello, my name is Sandy Magnus. I've lived in Troy for 39 years and drove a school bus here for 16 years and volunteer at numerous functions in the city. I was appointed to the Troy Days Advisory Board and am chairperson of Student Volunteers for Troy Days. Troy Days Festival is our city's largest family-oriented function. We are a family-oriented community. Every year I get 200 to 300 of our Troy High School students to volunteer, and all they get is a community service certificate for volunteering at Troy Days and the fact that they love to volunteer and help their city. They need this for various clubs they belong to and for college. We can't take this away from them. And also I'd like to say that we wouldn't know what was going on in the city and what it offers if it weren't for our Community Affairs Department. So please think of this, and thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Allison Miller, and I am originally from New York City. When my husband accepted a job here 9 years ago, we had the choice of living anywhere, and we chose Troy. I have 2 kids. I couldn't have been prouder to live in a city like Troy for what it offered, the safety, the quality of life, and the school district. And we've all become heavily involved with the community. I am also on the Troy Days Advisory Board. And I have seen behind the scenes and could not be prouder of our fire department, our police department, and our community affairs department. And, you know, I have to say that my husband now has a job on the road, and, you know, he lives out of state. And if all these items become compromised, we will have to rethink our life here, and that just devastates me. You know, we moved to Troy for all these wonderful reasons. And if they're all going to be compromised, then, you know, I just might have to follow my husband and second-guess myself. Good luck with your decision. It's a difficult one.
Thank you. Susie?
My name is Susie Kowalski. Public speaking is not my forte, but I'm so concerned about what is happening in our city. I felt I must voice my concerns. My comments are made to you, the council, and to the voters of Troy who are too busy to be informed or don't understand the ramifications of their votes. I've lived in Troy for 39 years, watched it grow into the fine city it has become. I worked as a school secretary for 23 years and watched many families come to Troy for all the amenities the city of tomorrow today has. I am saddened to see these amenities washed away with the atrophy of those same families that came to Troy for that very reason. I realize that we are in very difficult financial times, which is evident by the number of homes for sale or empty due to job losses. It is heartbreaking to see families lose their homes to foreclosure because jobs have been lost or house payments on adjustable mortgages have gone up to out of their reach. It is distressing to drive by previously maintained city grounds and see grass 2 feet high. If this were a resident, they would be cited for not maintaining their property. All this being said, I can say, I could see it coming. In your efforts to cap the city's ability to raise taxes, you have allowed this to happen. I don't want my taxes raised any more than most of the people in Troy. But if we don't maintain the quality of the city, what do we have? I don't have the answers, but Mr. Zerlag has outlined a plan that brings to the surface the reality that we all must face. I don't want to see city staff cut. I don't want to see city services stopped. I don't want Troy to become just another one of those cities that's faded away due to atrophy. I urge you to restore the city's ability to fund the services its residents want and rely on. A combination of reasonable taxes and fees for special services provides for what Troy was and what the people came here for. The limiting of taxes by feeding on people's fears and uncertainties is unwise and self-serving. You need to pledge to leave the city at least as good as you got it, or better. Cutting taxes just to cut taxes violates that pledge.
Thank you. Roger?
I'm Roger Kowalski. I'm also a 39-year resident and 27-year employee of the city. Your past efforts to limit taxes has not helped my tax bill. My taxes went up in 2009. Thanks. The cuts outlined by Mr. Zerlag's memo may be viewed by some as hysteria. Maybe so, but maybe it's what we need to wake the taxpayers up to what has happened here with this council. The majority of this council has perpetrated a huge hoax on the citizens of this community. My letter of May 22nd pointed out several areas where out-of-pocket costs have increased tremendously, much more so than the minuscule tax savings that you have given us. These things certainly have not had a positive effect on the city or its ability to attract people. A recent news article showed that Troy is on a financial watch list. Of all things, the city of Troy, the highest tax base in the state next to Detroit, and we're on a financial watch list? I ask why. If you look at city property, look at the maintenance that's being done on city property. The taxpayers did that. You send the inspectors out to site them and make them mow their lawn. Anybody that drove into this site today, look at the height of the weeds around our facilities. You cut them back from the curb and that's about it. A positive effort has been thwarted so far and stalled by this council, and that's to reenact or enact a new property maintenance code to help preserve the city. I don't know what the agenda is or who you're trying to protect by not passing that code, but you're certainly not doing the taxpayers a favor. It's interesting also to see how the members of council stand up and take a pat on the back when the city is awarded these numerous awards and recognitions that people have already cited. Boy, you're sure happy to be out there and take credit for those. Well, you know, they do cost money. They don't come without a price tag. Quality services are always going to cost money. Troy has always had a low tax rate. You've already been told that. We all know that. It's true. It's time to be honest with the taxpayers and admit that your true goal of the council majority is and has been to cut taxes and to be known as tax cutters. And that's it. You don't worry about the effect that it's having. And I still challenge you to let the people know just what it's costing them in additional fees and charges. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have the folks that have number 26 through 30 come up, please? Thank you. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor Schilling, members of council. My name is Rhonda Hendrickson, and I'm a board member of the Friends of the Troy Public Library. For 51 years, our nonprofit, all-volunteer organization with over 400 members and volunteers have donated hundreds of thousands of hours of their time and considerable resources to support and promote our wonderful community library. We are aware of the difficult economic times we're facing, but research from the American Library Association as well as countless news organizations report that in down economic times, library attendance surges. Many people have been forced to cut internet at home, and the public library is their only access to technology. Some people use the library when they need to get information or file papers for public aid. For unemployed people, they use it as an office to get information to retrain, get classes for resume writing or skill rebuilding. Some people volunteer time while waiting to find employment again. Studies show that children are the heaviest users of public libraries. The library is a great source of free entertainment and inexpensive purchases from friend shops for families trying to make ends meet. Those are the realities, but it is also necessary to hear what residents say about the Troy Library. The Friends commissioned a needs assessment in January of 2008 to see how Troy residents felt about the library and what changes or improvements they would like to see. Several interesting points came out of the study. One, almost all people surveyed felt that the Troy Public Library was an important gathering place in our community. 2, they responded that they viewed it as an access point to technology. And 3, they felt that the cultural arts and programming were an essential component of the community. Focus groups touched on a recurring theme. Individuals indicated that Troy was, I quote, a city without a heart, unquote, as it had no defined downtown, and they felt that the library in the Civic Center complex played that role. People reinforced that they wanted Troy to continue its evolution as a knowledge-based community, with the library as a leader in that evolution. And most interviewed felt that the youth services provided by the library were the essential building blocks of our community's future. The Friends of the Troy Public Library, in concert with the library staff, are on the front lines of the effort to give the best possible service and greatest resources to our citizens. Over 1,000 programs are offered and utilized by over 27,000 residents in a given year. The summer reading program had over 1,600 children, 159 teens, reading over 20,000 books in one summer. And I can tell you from firsthand experience that nearly every morning, large numbers of people are lined up at the door or waiting in their cars for the doors of the library to open. Our special needs collection, one of the first of its kind, is a huge success and is well used by children with disabilities and special needs. The Friends made a decision to renovate our Friend Shop in the lobby because we believe the library is an educational and cultural focal point of this community, and it was well worth our time and resources. The City of Troy lists one of its core values as the importance of quality of life venues, and I think this is a quality of life venue. It is the heart of this community. The Friends will continue to champion through our advocacy and fundraising, and I ask all Troy residents to please raise your voices with the Friends to support our Troy Public Library, because we believe that strong libraries build strong communities. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, please. Yes, give us your name, sir.
My name's Danny Jones. I've been living in Troy for 12 years. When we first moved to Troy, I remember taking my, I think she's about 5-year-old daughter to the library. She's almost 17 now, and she'll still go to the library with me to this day. There's not too many places you'll find a 17-year-old girl who really wants to go somewhere with her parents. My family probably uses the library probably once a week, if not more than that. I can also touch on the points of having the internet there for everybody else. But I'd like you to remember one thing. If you cut a tree, if you start at the bottom, it falls down. If you trim it from the top, it'll grow more apples. And, you know, I've been in the city of Troy for 12 years. I stepped in this building 5 years ago because I had another issue with my home. I'm further back. The situation has not taken one step forward because the person you guys laid off was the only person that knew anything about what I was talking about. Last year I came to see his supervisor, which was running the area that he was in, and it was go talk to him. This is not my thing. So when you start thinking about laying off your police and your fire department, you got to look at what's going to happen to the city. Thank you.
Next person. Did you give your card to Cheryl?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Paul Beck. I'd just like to throw in some comments here. First of all, the Transit Center. We're spending a lot of money there. We don't need to be. And even if it is ever construction, it's going to have a negative effect on our cash flow. We're going to go back to June of 2008 when I was in front of the council, and you increased to salaried people a 2.5% increase in their wages, and the annual cost is $174,000 a year. Now we're paying the piper, and you knew this back then that the 08 and 09 and 09 and 010's revenues were going to decrease. Another thing is that we need to do away with the Aqua Center. It's been a terrible mess as far as generating revenue. Quit redoing Big Beaver Road. I'm sick and tired of going through road constructions every other year because of the green movement. And I want to also say that my taxes since I've been living here have never gone down. They've always gone up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Could we, before the next speaker, could I have people that have 31 through 36 come up in line? Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Rosemary Kornacki. I want to thank everybody here for their well-prepared presentation and the opportunity to respond. It's a tough pill to swallow, Mr. Zerlag. It's tough for all of us to understand, comprehend what's happened to Michigan. We all know layoffs are sadly so painful because you are looking at a college-educated, degreed professional standing before you that's also a laid-off auto supplier. But I am solutions-oriented. We've heard everybody speak about their favorite cultural gems here, and I'm the current chairman of the Troy Historical Museum. Of course, that's near and dear to my heart, but as a solutions-oriented type person, I'd like to throw my hat into the ring to be a volunteer if I may contact Youngstown or Pittsburgh or any other community that has suffered the same type of situation that we're facing. No need to reinvent the wheel. Some folks have learned how to manage a museum or a library on reduced revenues. If there's anything I can do, or if I can help recruit volunteers so we can save some of these gems, please put my name down at the top of the list. I wish to save as much as I can and do everything to make Troy the city we want it to be. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Mayor and Council, my name's Gordon Shepke. Been here 39 years in Troy. Everybody has their sacred cows, and I enjoy the library, and I enjoy all the entities that the city of Troy has to offer as much as anybody else. I also realize what if a lot of things were brought before this council, like this convention center, the IMAX, all this other stuff that the voters had beaten down, we'd be laying off half our police force instead of just a few people right now. I'm not for laying anybody off. I think there's a lot of choices that can be made other than laying anybody off. My biggest bone of contention is the Downtown Development Authority. I know you said you can't get rid of it, but you can return some of the excess funds from it, like they spent excess funds on that fountain across from Hooters, a couple $1 million or something they're going to dump in that. That should never be. Eliminate additional spending by the DDA. There are several different things. This transit center is also going to be a hole that you throw money into, a money pit. So there are a lot of things, but we all have to learn to live within our budgets. By the time all of this stimulus funds and everything that are supposedly saving us short term are coming due with interest, and the way the federal government in that are spending money, it's going to be not just nickels and dimes to us right now with a mill or something like that. This is going to amount to real serious money. So we have to look long term and not just short term to stopgap with a mill increase right now. We have to I compliment the people on the board right now that are trying to save at the council, are trying to save money because we need to, but we need to look long term, not short term. And I think John's options 1 and options 2, there's a whole lot more things that can be addressed, and I hope the council will make sure that everybody's feet are held to the fire and this takes place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep. Bob?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Bob Arking. My wife and I moved to Troy 34 years ago because of its diversity, its good schools, and the parks. When we became empty nesters, we decided to remain in Troy because of the many city services that were available. And as we became older, it was these services and the city's focus on allowing seniors to age in place in the master plan that encouraged us to stay in Troy for the foreseeable future. We need and enjoy the city services, library, and so forth. If the City Council decides to cut them back significantly, then the city can no longer fulfill our needs. With the services, Troy is a community. Without it, it's a bunch of houses moldering by a collection of potholed roads. We can no longer be. If you want to be the 22nd best city in the nation, you must be this community. We would rather that the services be maintained. We will support a revenue increase to maintain those services. We'll vote for such an increase. We'll vote only for City Council candidates who support such an increase. We will in future support those present members of City Council who do support such an increase. I want to speak about some perhaps unappreciated aspects of the library. I'm a professor at Wayne State, and I'm chair of the undergraduate curriculum in biological sciences. Using WSU data, I estimate that in any year, there are 180 to 200 families in Troy whose sons and daughters are receiving honors college scholarships from Wayne State. Only honors college. There's more scholarships than that given out, but I just have those data. These merit-based scholarships range from $2,000 to $20,000 a year. Those are the presidential scholarships, full ride, and include MedStart and so forth. If we assume an average award of $5,000, then this means that almost $1 million is transferred from Wayne State University to these 200 Troy families each year. I've been told there are other universities in this area. If we assume that University of Michigan, Michigan State, and Oakland universities put forth an approximately equal kind of effort, then that would extrapolate to an estimated $4 million a year in scholarship funds being transferred to perhaps 800 Troy families. What's the connection to the library? I've talked to these honors students. I have them in my classes. They work in my lab. I've spoken to them, work in my colleagues' labs. They tell me they use the library intensively while they were attending Troy or Athens High School. Many of them had other resources available to them. Some, a significant number, did not. The library was their major recourse, and so there's a social mobility issue here. The library was central. What this means that is if you cut the library service, even the halfway cut where you can check books in and out, you completely miss the point. This means if you cut the library service, you're denying future students the use of a key resource, and you are restricting the possibilities of future scholarships to as many as perhaps 800 Troy families in future. They will not be pleased. All for the sake of a $2 million savings. There's another point. The Economist, conservative journal, estimates that the city gains $50,000 or communities gain $50,000 from every college graduate that stays there. Considering the high amount of college graduates, and some of these people will remain in Troy, then in fact the community will benefit. Given the numbers here, to vote for the 2 mills will cost me $206 minus the $158 that decreases, it's $46. This is a no-brainer. If my students couldn't solve this problem, I'd fail them. I hope you're okay.
Before the next speaker, could I have folks 37 through 42 come up? 37 through 42. Thank you. Give us your name, please.
My name is Justin Coven.
Just a minute.
Justin Coven.
Yes. Folks, you've been really great about listening. I commend you. Let's continue while these other speakers speak. Go ahead.
Madam Schilling, Mr. Harlach, Mr. Eisenbacher, Madam Beltramini, Mr. Fleming, and Madam Kerwin. Thank you for your time here. Brand name. Brand name. Troy has a brand name. You spent a lot of time building that brand name. That brand name is based on services, many different services, many different awards. You really need to protect that brand name. It's obvious that if we lose some of that brand name, we lose some of the services, there's going to be significant damage to real estate values. No question about it. City income is going to dramatically drop. Just the fact, recognize, we lose services, we're going to lose a lot of tax dollars, period. People come to the city, ask your realtors, people come to the city for the services. Doesn't matter, lots of different services, people say a lot of different things. Now, there's going to be a whole lot more impact than a hypothetical 10-year depression, which some of the speakers suggested. We are in a depression, and a lot of the numbers that were presented were based upon continuing that 10-year depression. If we're going to be in a 10-year depression, a lot worse things are going to happen than the trends that they suggested. If we're not in a 10-year depression, we're not going to see the numbers that they're talking about. I'll also talk about presentation. Some of the things that I've seen, they teach our kids this in elementary school. I know I work with my kids as they're going, we've got great schools. Statistical lies. Okay? You push numbers together in a specific way to give a different impression than what's really happening. When I saw the newspaper saying $20 million deficit, automatically assumed it's 1 year. It's 5 or 6 years, okay? That's a statistical lie, okay? There was obvious manipulation in the way the numbers were presented. Okay? Based upon brand name, just the consideration that we're going to cut out the services is going to do irreparable damage, okay? We've already done significant damage even considering those services. I'll also talk about another thing, depth and breadth, okay? The analysis that was done, there was depth there, okay? There was some good work done there in the analysis, bringing it forward, a lot of good things done, but there wasn't breadth. I've heard of a lot of other alternatives, okay? And unfortunately, you know, I don't like saying this, but in order to protect the brand name, in order to go forward with greater breadth of depth of analysis, I have to suggest that you, and I won't use the term layoff, I will use the term fire the city manager. Because of the way that he presented things, there has been damage done to the brand name of Troy already. And if you don't do something now to try and fix that brand name damage, okay, you're going to, the damage is done. Okay? You need to do something to rectify that damage. You need greater breadth of research into all the alternatives. You need to have a better presentation done where you're not trying to force ideas with statistical eyes. And you know, I really think you should really seriously consider, in order to protect the name of Troy, because it has been damaged in this last week.
Okay, thank you. I need to call on the next speaker.
Thank you
Did
for
you
your
give
time.
your,
Appreciate
thank you.
it.
Did you give your card to Cheryl, please? No, the next person.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on. And then I'd like people that have 43 through 48 to get in line. If you're still here and you have 43 through 48. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, council people, and especially my friends and neighbors and fellow citizens. I can beat your light easy because everything that I had to say has been said several times. I've enjoyed listening to my fellow citizens take their position, and I think that that's part of what makes this city what it is. Facts, these are extremely hard times, but the thing I have not heard said tonight is that all economic cycles do have an end. The Great Depression had one. In the 1990s, I remember people saying, we're in a new era, you know, recessions are a part of the past. Well, I wonder where they're at now. But this one's going to end too. And so with that thought, I've got two things I'd like to say. First of all, I don't dispute the information that was given tonight. And I disagree a little bit with the guy just before me. I think that a lot of work was put into it, and I have a tendency to accept my elected officials' word. I think that they have integrity and honor, and I think it remains to be proven differently rather than assume that we're being misled. With that in mind, I'd just like to make two comments. First, please take a long-term view on the proposals that you present to us as citizens to consider. I think the comments that support the viability of this city and the interest in protecting it beyond this problem, build us a bridge to get from here to there. And secondly, please have the courage to ask each and every one of us as citizens to step up and be a part of the solution to this problem. I'd beat your leg.
Thank you. Yes, sir. We like efficiency.
Good evening, Mayor Schilling and the council members. A couple of points, and I'll try to get off very quickly. One, the bludgeoning
sir,
of the
you didn't
three.
give us your name.
My name is Mike Mazias, and I've been a Troy resident since 1975.
Thank you,
and
sir.
yes, it is a East Coast accent. The published reports of bludgeoning the three major pillars of this city certainly have gotten a number of people to crowd the parking lot and come into this evening and rage at the council. If that was the intent of the city manager, he was successful. However, I would urge him to take a more scalpeled approach to cutting costs in the city and not excite everyone unduly, but I'm not going to refute the information. In fact, I think the 20 or 25 year, from a professional point of view, is conservative. Couple of cost items. One, I note that you've talked about Sanctuary Lake. I'm an avid golfer. If that course has been losing $500,000, $500,000 a year since inception, the value of the land is less than the debt, but you're going to be paying $500,000 a year to keep the grass growing, close the sucker. There will be somebody that might be interested. Two, the aquatic center. If that puppy is losing money, close it. And I'd love to go through each of the line item costs with the city manager and have at a few others. One, the special police vehicles that seem to populate their garage from time to time, or maybe it's over a time period of lease. Maybe what we ought to do is take the Camaros and special hopped up pickups and other vans and other vehicles the heck out of the fleet, and whatever that costs, savings. To former Mayor Stein's point, the increased millage probably will be acceptable, but it has a double-edged sword. When the slope of the line is declining, you're going to have to make up a bigger gap 5 years from now or 3 years from now, and that 2 mil increase is not sufficient. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next individual. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Greg Hall, and I'm a resident of the city of Troy. Just a couple items because the previous comments really covered most of this. I'm usually, or quite often, I'm part of the group that has a knee-jerk reaction against higher taxes. Not necessarily this time when I look at the cost versus the benefit of a few extra $200 or $300 more on my tax bill versus giving up a third of the police department and the library and so forth. And just as an aside, I think it's really bad to be looking at cutting police protection when the economy is going bad, because we all know that crime tends to increase during these times. But anyway, I tend to look at this more as foregoing a tax cut than necessarily incurring a tax increase, because of the presentation pointed out that the tax base or the taxable values are going down. So I think, well, at least in my case, I'd be willing to forego all or part of that tax cut to keep those services. But having said that, I think it's important, too, to continue to look for every opportunity to save money on the expense side, as the city manager is doing. There's always something that cutting out excess or fat or whatever you want to say it. I realize that things are very lean at this point, but there may be something out there. But secondly, looking at the millage increase, to maybe put some kind of sunset on it, so that we would say that in 5 years or whatever the appropriate time period would be, that this would have to be going to the voters again, so that we don't just have a built-in millage increase. But thank you.
Thank you. And while the next speaker comes up, could we have folks that have 49 through 55 come up? 49 through 55. Be sure to give your card to Cheryl before you speak. Yes, Cynthia?
Good evening, Council. My name is Cynthia Wilshire. I've been here a few times before. Most of you know who I am. I've been a 53-year resident of the city of Troy, and I have spent more than 25 years on the charter revision. What used to be a board is now a committee. Everyone seems to have forgotten a recent election that we had that capped our millage. As a charter revision committee member, I voted against it, as did others. We were not in agreement with that move. It was a charter question that was done in haste, as have been a lot of them in recent years, including this year. In the 54 years that Troy has been a city, the entire millage allowed by our charter, our Constitution, has never been levied. We have a very conservative bunch of people running the city. I think this cap was a low tax, no tax thing by members, certain members of the city council that pushed it with very little information. And again, I might remind everyone that the questions that are on the ballot again this time were done very quickly too. Because this was enacted, the no tax, low tax people are going to cost us $75,000 to $125,000 for an election for millage that could have been taken care of without all of this dramatics. It's just not necessary, but I surely hope the citizens of Troy will pass the millage because it is very much needed. It will keep the value of our homes up and our property, and we don't want any more sliding revenue from that. I have a suggestion for the council people that want no new taxes, no tax increases. How about you people that voted for that tax increase cap resign tonight? You're part of the problem. We wouldn't be here if the cap had not been in place, and you could have done the business that we elected you to do without a lot of drama. And I would just like to let the general public know that if you don't like what's happening, don't vote for incumbents. They've all had a chance to do something. You watch them, keep an eye on them, and if they aren't doing what you want, they need to go. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Michael Shea. I've been living in Troy since 2002 and in Southeast Michigan since 1970. I have a wife and 4 kids, 8 and under, and it's a busy household, and it's a lot of fun. But I did want to, I wanted to applaud the council, the mayor, the manager. Excellent work. It was a very thoughtful presentation. There were a lot of good elements presented. And what I liked about the whole meeting was everybody's getting their points across. And it's going to be very beneficial. So we are blessed here. Troy is about quality of life and families. That's a core competency here. Troy is low in crime. It's one of the safest in the United States and in Michigan. That's a core competency. This crisis that we're facing in this state and the country is big, and it could be, even based on what I see, it could be understated the way we saw it today. This is very, very tough times, and Michigan is going through the worst of it. Troy is, just basically looking at all that, Troy is one of the best cities in the United States, if you think about it, and we should maintain that standard. So what we were looking at is a couple solutions I was thinking of when I was hearing everything was maintain the current state of quality of life, which means police, fire, and communities, including library. A more responsible solution, though, some of the solutions were more scorched earth campaign, but when you look at it, there's a lot of things that could be done. A 3 to 5% reduction in expenses across the board in 2010 could bring in $2 million. Employee concessions happening immediately, which the manager's working on, another $2 million. Use of XX amount of the emergency funds that are unreserved, that could be used. Millage adjustments. If we're looking at a flat amount of millage for next year because our tax rates are going to go down, that could be almost like a $0.5 increase, which is not going to be that much. A 1% reduction in expenses annually across the board from 2011 to 2015. And then also I would also recommend other fund reductions. There's been just some discussion about the DDA. But I also think we have to think about the future, and which could mean business revitalization investment. We have to really think about how do we really want to invest in this particular city in the future. We can't just look at the short term. We have to look at how do we improve it, because that's going to be an important base in the future. So those are just some ideas. In closing, we need to prepare for the worst, and we will remain the leading city in the United States and Michigan if we continue this forward looking.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Larry Bunting. I'm a 17-year citizen of Troy, resident of Troy. I raised my family here because of the quality of life. I'm not going to go through and repeat everything said by everyone else. But I think this is a defining issue for the city. And the city is much more, obviously, than the city council that sits before me and the employees of the city. So I think it's vital that in this transformative issue for the city, that the citizens have a voice in the decision. I don't think it would be appropriate for this council to say we're not going to let the citizens decide if they want to increase their taxes or essentially maintain the same level of tax payments to maintain the services. So I'm in support of a 2-millage ballot question for the citizens with a 10-year limit. It can be renewed or abrogated depending upon the circumstances. I think that everybody has had their talk, and I just want to make this point. You know, on the signs coming into the city, it says the city of tomorrow today. If we peter away our resources and let it go down because we're penny wise and pound foolish, we can change the sign from the city of tomorrow today to the city of yesterday because we don't care. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Jerry Stager. I'm a Troy resident and property taxpayer. I'm on the finance committee at church. I helped raise $1.5 million for a church in the past 4 years. Nobody's taxes were raised. I'm on a committee. I'm a committee board member of the Michigan Association of CPAs. I'm involved in Alpha Kappa Psi Business Fraternity. We raise money for college kids for scholarships. I'm a certified public accountant. My perspective is a little bit different, I guess. You talk about having a property tax increase on the ballot in February. We won't even know what our assessments will be or our taxable value. We won't know what they will be until late in February. You've been led to believe here tonight that they've got the whole next 6 years of the City of Troy budget figured out in the past couple of weeks. But by their own admission, they've said they don't have it figured out. They don't know the results of concessions from employees, and they don't know what privatization will do. Privatization has saved Troy schools a lot of money, in fact, $200 more than what it will be after they get a funding cutback from the state of Michigan. It would be foolhardy to have a special election that could cost up to $125,000 when you don't need to have it. When the councilman astutely pointed out, you might be able to use some existing funds to wait until at least August when you can save money and people have a chance to look at this. Don't be like sheep. I hear so many people tonight thinking everything's as bad as they say it is without even analyzing the situation. The gentleman two positions in front of me already has come up with money-saving ideas. And it's never been even brought up about pension benefits in municipal governments. We have a situation in the area now where a county employee took a buyout at age 43. He collects over $63,000 a year from the county, and now he's working for the city government. The city manager hiring process had the same controversy. He collects retirement benefits from the city and a full salary from the city. I'm not necessarily saying that people give up what they've earned or accrued, but can't we at least stop it in the future? You want to have a property tax increase before you've examined the issue? You want to ram it through in less than a month? I say, no ma'am, no sir. You've got some great people on the city council. I know that you do. Please don't be rash in this, and I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Tom Burke, and I'm a 31-year resident of Troy, and I shouldn't have let that guy look at my notes as he came up here because he stole some of my ideas. I do want to make one comment before I get to my main point, and that's relative to the library. I love books. I like the library, but when you put the numbers together, do people realize at 600,000 visits at $3.8 million, it costs $6 to let somebody walk through the door? That's crazy. $6 per visit. If you ask people to pay $6 to go in the library, you could close it down because nobody would go. But when somebody else is paying the tab, it becomes very easy to use. Mr. Dadow gave a great presentation. He's got an outstanding reputation. I think we should take his comments as facts. But this document that was sent around, the 6 pages of misinformation, I think has done more to harm the city and create a total panic that it's the equivalent of Al Gore's movie, Inconvenient Lie. We need to step back. There are hundreds and thousands of ideas of what to do. Even what was said, if you listen to the nuances, this is an ultimate worst-case scenario of what will happen over the next 5 years. So why would we have a special trash election to pass a millage that we don't need the full thing for 5 years? That does not make any sense at all. There is plenty of time to think through all the alternatives and then in a logical fashion do whatever we need. Concessions, layoffs, millage, whatever the case may be, but that's a long way out. And I, for one, am very happy that 70% of the voters in Troy passed this millage cap, because without it, I think the I pass any tax thing, the lemmings would be running us right off the cliff. Thank you.
The next speaker, please. And then while this young man speaks, could we have people that have 56 through 62? If there's anybody left that has a number, 56 through 62, come up in line. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Zach Kilgore. I'm a 10th grader at Troy High School. Over the past 4 days, I put together this message to present here at City Hall. Now, last Thursday evening, shortly after hearing the news about the library, I logged on to Facebook and created a group called Save the Library. I invited some friends, and in just 4 days, the group has grown to nearly 1,200 members. On Friday and earlier today, I took a petition to my school. My step-siblings, Mitch and Lauren Aiello, took petitions to their schools also. In just 2 school days, we collected the signatures of 561 students from Troy High, Athens, and Larson Middle School. All of us agree that the library needs to remain open. Each and every one of us that joined the Facebook group or signed the petition has our own unique reasons as to why the library should stay open as it is now. Many of us go there to study. Some people, like myself, meet with our extracurricular clubs. Others go to the library simply to learn in the way that they please. All of us agree that the Troy Public Library is an essential part of the community. Closing it for any period of time would be a tremendous loss. Thank you.
Are you going to give the petitions to the clerk for the record? Okay, thank you. Mrs. Burgess?
Sandy Burgess, 36-year resident of Troy who started business here 23 years ago. You've heard from many people tonight. What you haven't heard from yet that might be helpful as you try to reach your decision is from the Constitution of the United States. It establishes a government in order to form a more perfect union and to promote the general welfare. Well, how do you promote the general welfare? Section 8 of Article 1 says the legislative body has the power to lay and collect taxes, to pay the debts, and provide for the general welfare. So our founding fathers, I prefer to call them our founding parents, apparently did not consider taxes inherently evil. At the same time, they can be evil if they are so onerous that they impoverish the people, so they're not able to promote the general welfare. So I would urge you to use the Constitution as your guide, to make decisions to cut where you can without sacrificing the general welfare. And when you can't cut any further without doing harm to that general welfare, then take the rest to the people in an election in February and let them decide whether the future of Troy will be one of decline and decay or one of continuing to surge forward as the city of tomorrow today. In conclusion, Taxes are nothing more or less than the price of admission to a democracy that cares about all of its people.
Thank you. Next person.
Good evening.
And what? Excuse me before we go. Tom, what was your number?
I'm 62.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then I'm going to ask people 63 through 70 to also come in line. I think we're running out of people, but I want to make sure anybody who wants to talk gets a chance. So go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Franco Mancini, City of Troy resident. What can I say? I'm normally here to present projects and developments and trying to build the City of Troy. Running a business is very similar to running a city. And fortunately, we have a number of council people that are realists. They understand the concepts, they believe in the concepts, and they help put one foot forward. Unfortunately, when it comes to business, we have to make harsh decisions. And the City Council is at that wall. And the harsh decisions is we have to cut costs. You can't spend your way to success. It's not going to work. You have to save money. You have to limit your liabilities. And unfortunately, sometimes you have to create unemployment status on people that work hard, but there's not a position for them because the cost is not there. This council is going to have to start from the top, and the top is from the city manager, from the employees, from the part-timers, from all the department heads. And cutting costs is one way, and there's a lot of fat to be cut. I had the pleasure of working with numerous departments, from the building, the planning, the development, real estate department, assessing. We have great people that work in this community, and I'm proud to be a Troy resident for that. But we have to be real people to decide that the fat is cut at the top by example, and we have to lead by example. And the state has to do the same thing, the county has to do the same thing, and the City of Troy has to follow. We can set the lead, we can set the pace. We have to cut corners. We don't have to eliminate plans, we don't have to eliminate facilities, but we have to cut corners. Unfortunately, you're not going to solve these problems overnight. But raising taxes, spending money is not your solution. Rethink, set up committees, ask questions, invite people in, have good meetings. Unfortunately, at 11 o'clock, it's not a good time, but have good meetings. Enable everybody to respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next individual, please. Go ahead, sir.
That's fine. My name is Mike Nemec. I'm an attorney, a CPA, a master's in finance, and all kinds of other things. And I am fond of everyone that serves on this committee, including the mayor. Well, thank you all for your service. But I'm hoping that what's going through your mind while you're listening to this is that these are people. These are real. And they're telling you what they honestly, truly feel and believe. And I'm not going to give you any advice. There's plenty of advice that I could. But I just want you to consider that I'm awestruck. Just listening to the temperament, how passionate all these people are, and yet they came out here at 11 o'clock to speak. Have two daughters that some of you know, a couple of sons. They work Troy days. We spend hundreds of hours of volunteerism, not because we need it. You use my daughter to promote the Live and Learn. We're proud to do that. I only have a couple of issues that I'd like to address. As far as the taxes are concerned, we've been here for 14 years. Our taxes have not gone down at any point during that time. Just as a point of reference, we have a 4-bedroom house. We'll probably spend about $10,000 this year in taxes. Now, I don't know if that's extreme, but that's just reality. So, I mean, people talk about numbers and so forth. I'm just giving you what our situation is. I think that from a very real standpoint, I'm somewhat offended when you say police and library, because that's an emotional issue, and that certainly is going to bring people out. And I think that I'm not exactly sure why it was addressed that way. I'm sure that it was genuine and it was sincere. But in some ways, I think that if you look at both golf courses, there is no public service, no public need for either of the golf courses in terms of opportunity cost, in terms of the operating expenses. I think both of them need to be looked at before you think about laying off police or library. You need to also account for all the expenses, including what could have been used, what could be used if the facilities were either leased or sold. I think neither of those. There are 60+ golf courses in Oakland County, public golf courses. I think that from a very real standpoint, that needs to be looked at well before we consider laying off police. And I just want to thank each and every individual that's here. And I understand that your commitment is sincere and very valuable. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Tom Krent, and I'm in favor of increasing the tax rate by 2 mills to balance our budget. And even with that 2 mills, we'll still be relatively low in tax rate compared to neighboring cities with neighboring services. Why do we want to do that? Because I want to protect my investment. I want to protect my investment in my home, but also in my community. I've been a homeowner in Troy for over 30 years, and I want to keep that investment solid and support the elements that make Troy a vibrant city. I don't want to see our city gutted of the valuable assets that's taken decades to build. We have a stellar police force. It absolutely deserves our full support, and I ask that they remain in full force. They have really earned that. Some people on council, the so-called tax fighters, have been penny wise and pound foolish over these many years. I hope that the majority of Troy voters have the opportunity to vote a 2 mil increase, maybe put a cap on it for 10 years, like the other gentleman was saying, because I agree, I hope they agree with me, that Troy is worth investing in, and it is a small thing we can do to pay back all the wonderful services and privileges we've had living here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Kelly Jones. I'm not going to tell you about how important our city services are because you know that. You're relatively intelligent people, I believe. So, but I do want to talk about something that hasn't been mentioned very much today that concerns me greatly, and that's a year ago we voted on the tax cap. It was a big deal. The wording was a big deal. We talked about it for a very long time. It passed, and the city council felt it was important for the citizens to have a vote and whether or not they had taxes raised or not. And I'm hearing things tonight that make me concerned that we're not even going to have that opportunity because of a cost. That concerns me greatly because if it's important for you to give the taxpayers a choice in whether or not our taxes are increased or not, you have to then give us the choice to do that. And it's concerning to me that we have protected, the city council has protected themselves from having to make the decision to raise taxes because it's very difficult. But there's a bit of a loophole that's going on and where I'm concerned that we're not going to have the chance to do that because you don't want to expend the money to have a ballot in an election. And I think it's very important, and you need to give the voters an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Jessica Yeaman. I am a Troy resident and a taxpayer to this community. Relatives of mine also were the original residents of this city when it was incorporated in 1955, and I'm attempting to make this my home to raise a family in for years to come. However, some of the council members that were elected by the majority of the vote are making that difficult for me to do. I was absolutely dumbfounded to hear the news of the city of Troy is considering on closing many city buildings and services. The Troy Library is one of the most informational and technological libraries of its kind, checking out in upwards of 1 million books a year. Not to mention the Troy Historical Museum as a cornerstone of the history that this city was founded and built on. And what is going on now is such a disgrace to the foundation that was created. I make it my business to know how my tax dollars are being spent and what is being wasted. I have seen a lot of wasteful spending by the city and by decisions made by some members of the council and previous council members that have sat before you. But what you have now is the ability to correct some errors from the past to help those that need it today. In this economy, I know everything is tougher. I personally have taken concessions at my workplace that's located right here in Troy. I have family members and friends who are struggling to find a job and make ends meet. I know there are problems that trickle down from outside our city boundaries that affect those within it. But you have the ability to stop the bleeding for a portion of our residents and our city services. There's been talk, both from the media and by the letter drafted by the city manager, that the workforce reduction may be needed in order for some of the most crucial areas of our city services. Laying off members of the police department and fire department is one of the most insane concepts I could ever imagine. It does not take a genius to figure out that when the economy gets worse in a centralized area, the crime goes up. Let us not forget about the financial troubles that have plagued the cities of Flint, Pontiac, and Detroit. Which one of those cities have had a reduction in crime? I'm pretty sure none of them. Having friends throughout the community, I have heard an unbelievable rumor from a current council member and from those running in the election in November that in order to save money, we would consider the overhaul of our local police department and outsource our policing duties to the Oakland County Sheriff's Department. Are you kidding me? Any layoffs of the police department are absolutely absurd, and those that support this theory should be ashamed of themselves. The City of Troy Police Department did not receive awards and accolades for being the safest city in Michigan for nothing. There's a lot of hardworking men and women that put themselves in harm's way every day to protect us and our property, and thanks to them, we'll be laying them off. Rumor or not, this was good enough for me to know that I will not be supporting those that feel this way in this cost savings measure. I would strongly urge the residents that are here tonight and those watching on television to do the same. I'm sure operating a city organization such as Troy is a hard feat to accomplish, and that it becomes a more challenging obstacle in a stalled economy, but something has to be done. A mill increase, a tax increase, restructuring of our city funds. If given the opportunity, I would accept a tax increase to keep the services and features that I found so attractive when I first moved here. Do not make our trust in you diminish over another bad decision. I can't help but think back if the money that corporations like IKEA and Volkswagen would have brought into the community would have been helpful right now. If the new buildings like amateur baseball stadium would have been built, what would have that brought in? And what about all the money we wasted on Hooters? There have been a lot of mistakes. Let's not make another one.
Thank you. Folks, the next speaker, and if you have cards 70 through 75, 71 through 75, come up in line. Is there anybody else left that has a number? Yes, he's 70. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Sharon McDonald, and Patty, if you're still up, go to bed. I want to say, first of all, thank you to the people who have come before me and spoken, who've said that they've lived here for 25, 35, 40 years. I have only lived in Troy with my husband and 2 children for 4 years. Unfortunately, if you look at the charts, we bought at the absolute top of the bubble. We bought the full price in August of 2005, and our property value has sunk since then. My husband is continuously telling me, reminding me that it's okay because it's not about the value, the money value of our home. It's about the city that we live in. It's about Troy. It's about the brand. That is why we are here. And actually, my taxes have gone down over the past few years, very clearly to me. So I have no problem in making up the difference in what we have paid to keep these services that we need. I also want to point out that Representative Nolenberg was here today. I received an email from him today after I asked him to please do his best not to support the bill that will cut $200 for every child in the state of Michigan, for every child, their school. And I just want people to think about, and that decision will be made within the next 4 days, I believe. In his response, he said to me, it's very complicated and I can't promise anything. I think it's very likely that $200 for every student in my child's elementary school, 400 and some students, $200 per student is going to be cut. If that means, who knows what that means? Are they going to be closing the library?
Are they going to close the library in my children's school and the library in my children's town? This is not what we moved to Troy for. And by gutting this city, by turning Civic Center Drive into a ghost town, it's only going to lower the value of my property. And I would prefer not to do that at this point, because all we have left is that we live here. We're just about underwater in our home. So I'd like people to think that when we have this cute little thing about tax fighters, this November I will be fighting against the tax fighters, because I don't want my town to become a ghost town. I need these services. I appreciate the people who lived here for 35 years have not only gotten what they came here for, but they're willing to continue to pay for my children to get the same thing. And that's all I'm asking, is for Troy to stay the town it's supposed to be. Thank you.
And the gentleman that had number 70.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jim Musial, and I live in 17th Precinct here in the city of Troy. I heard the news about the library closing when I was driving to Indianapolis. I was in Fort Wayne and heard the news that the library was closing on the radio in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I called my wife up. I said, "Did you hear this news that the library is closing?" And she said, "Yeah, it's all over the local news here." So in any event, I was kind of shocked to hear that news, and felt compelled to come here tonight to say, one, I can't believe that the city that we live in would consider closing a service such as the library. I can't believe that the city would consider closing the community center that just gets built, that is used by a lot of residents in the city. If you drive by any day, you can see it's fully utilized. And then when I came here tonight, I didn't even know that they were talking about layoffs in the police department. And now I'm really shocked. I really can't believe that we would consider laying off policemen and firemen to be able to balance our budget without, first, what I think a lot of people said tonight made a lot of sense, without looking at things that are currently in the budget that maybe ought to be taken a look at to see if we should strip out. And I don't know, I pulled out the budget off the website tonight, and I just looked at the executive summary. I noticed there's three things here right on the top of the budget, something called a transit center reserve. I didn't know what that was, but I asked a gentleman on the way out tonight, and he said, it's for funding a bus transit center over in the city of Birmingham. $1.3 million to fund, that we're funding the transit center reserve for. I don't know why we need to do that if we're going to be closing down our library. Another thing is on the schedule is Civic Center site improvements, $1.8 million. Again, if we're facing a budget shortfall right now, I think there's certain things that could be put to the back burner. The Civic Center site improvement could be one of those. Another thing that's listed in the executive summary of the 2009-10 budget is something called a trail system reserve. Again, I didn't know what that was. Talked to the gentleman on the way out, and he says, it's a trail system, it's a reserve for creating a bicycle trail system. Well, again, I don't think that we need to be, it's nice to have, it's not in place today, we don't need to maintain it, we don't need to spend money to create it when we could be spending that money to maintain police presence and also maintaining the services that we come to enjoy in the city. Another thing that the gentleman said I was talking with said that, again, with respect to tax increases, his view was that the city government doesn't really have it in his best interest as to how the city government ought to be spending his money. And with that sentiment, I have to disagree. I think that the reason, and I think a number of people expressed that same sentiment here tonight, a number of reasons that we live here in the city is because of the services that we have here. We have to pay for those services. We've agreed collectively to pay for those services. And if a person doesn't find the value proposition of his taxes, then I would suggest to him to leave the city and go someplace where he doesn't have to pay for those services. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the numbers of cards that we received from people to speak on this item. Council members, do you wish to, we're not going to have by the way, we're never going to have a vote on this item tonight. So this is not a vote. This was an informational and gathering information from the residents. So that was the purpose of what we did tonight. We do have other regular city council business to attend to and the consent items that are here. Councilman Eisenbacher?
First, just to clarify to everyone in the audience, City Council hasn't started discussing this yet. You guys came in this evening. We had questions. There's been no discussion by the City Council on this proposal yet as a body. I mean, we've taken this input and we're going to start discussing now. So anyone that says that we've taken positions, that we've said something's going to happen, nothing's going to happen yet. We have a proposal from our city management, and we're going to take that proposal and we're going to work on it. I would like to suggest that as a council we work on some of the items that we agree on, and thus far as a councilman I've never heard any of my colleagues say that we want to shut down the library, that we want to shut down the nature center, that we want to shut down these other facilities that is the focus of people's concern in coming this evening. So I would like for our discussion to be along the lines of our general direction so that we can, as has been mentioned, we can start to repair some of the negative impact to our Troy brand name.
Further council comments on this issue?
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Kerwin?
Is there going to be another meeting after this meeting? Because I have this agenda here. And so I'm wondering if, wouldn't that be where that happens? And we are going to actually finish the business that's in this meeting agenda right now?
It's not clear to me.
I'm just trying to figure out. I have these.
Yes. What transpired was the item for informational purposes was on the agenda. We received that data. Then people wanted to speak on the items, so we went ahead and did that. And now we have the regular city council agenda to deal with. And then if council wishes to extend the meeting, we'd have a motion to extend past midnight if we don't have the items done by then. And then we could go to the special meeting on the item. Is that correct, Mr. Newlight? That when that was originally set up? Mm-hmm. Yes. You weren't expecting a decision tonight from council.
That's correct. I was expecting a continuation of the dialogue beginning again next Monday. Okay.
Yes. And I think that there's been a lot of information that folks have learned on everything, and people did have a chance to express themselves. And again, I commend all of the people, the ones that aren't here now that have gone home and the ones that are still here, on the way that they attended this meeting and listened very intently to everything that was provided and to your fellow citizens. So I commend you for how you did that. We have the regular business items, E1, which is appointments to boards and committees. The mayoral appointments, I'll move them. Michelle Hodges in district, Daniel McLeish in district, and Harvey Weiss in district. And I did speak to him, Councilman Beltramini, and yes, he does wish to continue serving. Economic Development Corporation, Mark Miller, the acting assistant city manager, Economic Development Services, Local Development Finance Authority, John Zerlike, city manager, Troy resident. Do I have a second?
Support.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Councilwoman Kerwin, that we appoint those individuals as indicated. Discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Beltramini? Yes.
Eisenbacher?
Yes.
Fleming?
Yes.
Howrlack?
No.
Kerwin?
Yes.
Mayor Schilling?
Yes. Motion passes. City council appointments. Names were put into place at the last meeting. Someone want to move those?
Mayor, I will move the resolution as printed with the names as printed.
Thank you.
Support.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Howrlack, seconded by Councilwoman Kerwin, that we appoint the folks to the Animal Control Board, Cable Advisory Board as issues, and Parks and Rec Board as indicated. These, I think, are all reappointments. Yes. The vote, discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Eisenbacher,
Yes.
Fleming,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Kerwin,
Yes.
Mayor Schilling,
Yes.
Councilmember Beltramini,
Yes.
Motion passes.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Kerwin?
there's conversations in the chamber. Could those be taken outside?
Yes, those folks that need to have a conversation with someone, if you'd go out in the hall for that, please. Thank you. E2 is City Council nominations. Mayor Pro Tem Howard.
Thank you, Mayor. I have none this evening, but I will have quite a few next week.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. The public comment for items that are not on the agenda is the next thing. So someone that's here on items that are not on the agenda. Mr. Witt?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just want to clarify two things that were said in the previous public comment, but it's not related directly to the restructuring plan. First of all, I want to speak about the so-called tax cap amendment. Let's clarify for the voters and the residents exactly what that was, okay? The reason that that was put on the ballot by the way it was because we could not get 5 members of the City Council to put that on the ballot. So then residents, including myself, went out and did the hard work to get the 2,800 signatures to get that on the ballot. So for anyone to suggest it's a shame that that was on the ballot, or a sham, no, the real sham would have been not to put that on the ballot, which unfortunately some members of this council and the Charter Revision Committee tried not to do. And then the voters passed that amendment with over 74% of the vote. So let's have the record clear. It's the will of the people of Troy to have the right to vote on their own tax increases. Let's have the record clear, okay, on that. But then the other matter that gets confused on this is, well, if we let them vote on that, we should just automatically let them vote on a tax increase now. We should just put it to the vote. Well, the fact of the matter is, under the logic that was used on our taxpayer protection amendment, the council would not put it on the ballot. The people would have to go out themselves and get the signatures to put it on the ballot. So that would truly be respecting the people's will, and that would be consistent with what happened last year with the taxpayer protection amendment. So let's not compare apples to oranges here. The people went out and did the hard work and demanded that amendment, and they passed it overwhelmingly. And that's the true will of the people of Troy, contrary to what may have been said in this room tonight. And one last thing, and something that wasn't mentioned, I think one very important thing in this whole budget issue is leadership. And leadership has to start at the top. As you probably know, last week Oakland County passed a budget that had a 2.5% pay decrease for all county employees, including the elected officials. However, the elected officials could not be mandated to take that cut because their salary is set by state law. However, each one voluntarily took that cut. All I'm going to say is it doesn't show much leadership when the city manager, the administrative chief executive of this city, is making over $227,000. How can he, with any legitimacy, ask for sacrifices from the employees of this city? It's really just doesn't make any sense. There's something wrong here. People are going to smell that out pretty quick. And to show true leadership, cuts need to start at the top. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wants to make a comment on items that are not on the agenda? Seeing none, I will go to the consent agenda. Is there anyone on council that wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda? Seeing none, could we have a resolution to approve all the consent items?
Madam Mayor,
Councilwoman Beltramini?
I move that all items currently on the consent agenda be approved as submitted.
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Beltramini, seconded by Councilman Fleming, that we approve all the agenda items on the consent agenda at this time in one vote. Discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Fleming,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Kerwin,
Yes.
Mayor Schilling,
Yes.
Councilmember Beltramini,
Yes.
Eisenbacher,
Yes.
Motion passes. I would like to move that we excuse Councilwoman Broomfield as being out of the county.
Physical presence.
Mayor?
Yes. I know you're here in voice, but don't we need to...
I am here in voice.
I know. Do we need to excuse her then? Yes, because she can't vote on the things. She was here to hear the things and they come. Yes. So, does someone want to second it?
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Councilman Eisenbacher, that we excuse Councilwoman Christina Broomfield for being out of the county. Discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Howard-Lack?
Yes.
Kerwin?
Yes.
Mayor Schilling?
Yes.
Councilmember Beltramini?
Yes, ma'am.
Eisenbacher?
Yes.
Fleming?
Yes.
Motion passes. Council referrals, council comments. Councilwoman Kerwin?
Good.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just really wanted to comment on the many emails that we received tonight, all well written. There was only one cut and paste. Every one was unique and individual. I learned when I was at the library on Sunday about the Facebook page. I'm not a member of Facebook, but my daughter is, and was able to see all of the friends that had formed. Zach referred to it when he was here. So many different young people involved on that page, and in a new social media that I'm not even linked into, but they were. And I think that conversation that was started in the community is so important, and I'm really happy to hear it. I also wanted, Mayor, you pointed out that tonight we had varied comments and all respectful in tone. I know that we've all seen the YouTube videos of town hall meetings that were held. This was wonderful, very enlightening, very rewarding, and I appreciate everyone who came and everyone who has written.
Other council comments? Councilman Fleming?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Echo what Councilwoman Kerwin says. But there was something insinuated tonight that's a rumor that's going around that I think needs to be stopped and stopped now. The rumor is that someone on this city council or some person of this city council have commented that the police department should be outsourced to some other source, the sheriff's department or whatever. I can't imagine anyone, and I think it was insinuated that I said that. I have never said that. That's just false. Thoughts never crossed my mind. That's a vicious rumor. It needs to be stopped. If anything we need to do in this city is to protect our police department. We need to protect our police, our fire, and our roads. Those are essential services. I'm going to get off my soapbox because we're going to discuss this farther, in another meeting and so forth, and I'll elaborate more there on what my thoughts are. But basically, this idea that anyone on this council would consider outsourcing our police department, when we need, if anything, we need to be maintaining this city as the safest city in Michigan. And I'm committed, and I believe this council is committed to doing that as well. And I just want that rumor stopped, whoever started it. And if you think I've said that and you misinterpret something, I think you have an obligation as a man or a woman or as an individual to come to me and look to me face to face and say that, or whoever you heard that rumor, whoever said that. That just needs to stop. That's the farthest thing from the truth. So please, please discount that. It's not even in the picture. We need to protect our police, and we will keep this a safe city. The second thing I have is on a lighter note, but very serious business. This Saturday we have a group of people, a group of churches coming together at the Veterans Plaza here at 10 o'clock in the morning to pray for the heart of Troy, to pray for families, pray for the city, for businesses, for individuals, for our military. This is not a political event, should not be construed. There should be no signs, no chanting. This is a solemn occasion. It's going to be led by pastors in our area. But you're invited to come, and we're going to come to this. A number of us will be here. I don't know how many. I can't give any idea, but it's going to be this Saturday, October the 3rd. It's really being headed by a group from Zion here on Livernois. And we'll be walking down Big Beaver a ways and back here and coming back. It'll start at 10 o'clock and end at 12 o'clock. There'll be refreshments in the beginning and a dismissal prayer at the end. But if anything we need to do, I think, and really take seriously at this time, at this situation in our city, is we need to be praying about this as individuals and as groups, because we're about serious business. This is not something we take lightly, and we're all serious about it. And so I've just opened up that opportunity if you're so inclined to do that, to to join people that might be doing that on Saturday morning from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock here in front of the City Hall and then walking down Big Beaver. Thank you.
I would like to, not only did I commend the folks who are here tonight, but I'd like to commend the Troy Days volunteers. We haven't had a meeting since that occurrence. The weather was wonderful, thank goodness, and everyone enjoyed themselves, but the folks that volunteered, and one of the speakers mentioned about the students that volunteered, and I think that speaks a lot to the character of our community. Folks that really enjoy that activity, and they work all year long to ensure that that's available not only for Troy residents, but for anyone in the area that wants to come and bring their families and friends. And so I would like to commend all of them for their hard work and dedication. I understand that it was very successful, and it speaks a lot to our community. Anyone else that wants to make a council comment?
Yeah.
Christine. Yes. Councilwoman Broomfield?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm there in spirit, trust me. I just had a quick question, and maybe I missed this, but the process now of looking at the restructuring in terms of the meetings coming up, could you go over that so I have a better understanding of the next steps?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for staying there on the phone so long. Yes, Mr. Zerlite?
Thank you. Tonight we spoke about three whats. What is, so what, and now what. I believe that we took care of the what is portion of the presentation. After Mr. Lamorato and Mr. Dado and Mr. Farrell spoke about their projections and their experience, I think that we can say with authority that those revenue lines, although declining, are accurate, and therefore the next step is so what, and that's to match an expenditure line to meet that declining revenue line. There's been some comments that were made that I think need to be reinforced by our presentation. A couple of things were mentioned that were not in the presentation. We'll be happy to answer those. I don't know if I'll have them in time for a Thursday distribution because it's already Tuesday, if you will. And but we'll do what we can to have something to hand out again next Monday, perhaps for a discussion after the council regular business part of the meeting. And then in the meantime, between now and the end of the week, if you have any other questions on the presentation or suggestions, time permitting, we'll be happy to respond. Again, it's not, we're in financial crisis, but we are not in a time crunch until, as mentioned, if this council wants to do it, you've got about 2 or 3 weeks left. If you want to give it to the new city council, then you have until December 15th. And then we'll, hopefully work on the so what, the impact, and then the now what. I'm working on my one provision, which is to try to get about $2 million of concessions, and the other options are up to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Eisbacher, you weren't indicated that you wanted to discuss it tonight, were you? I think that...
I don't see how we have an option not to, given the calling of the meeting. You have, the way it's set up, we have to have the discussion.
We called a special meeting.
In the special meeting. So with that, we'll have to adjourn this meeting and then call the special meeting. Okay? Any other items? Okay, so the meeting is adjourned. Do you wish to take a break for 5 minutes? going to call to order the special meeting of September 28th at 11:47. We're going to have to suspend the council city rules as one of our first items to go past midnight. No?
There's one item on the
We're
agenda.
starting it- Oh, because in the one agenda, we won't have to. Okay, I got it. Okay, it says in the council boardroom, but we're in here.
Roll call.
Okay, could we have the roll call, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Mayor Schilling?
Here.
Councilmember Beltramini? Here. Broomfield? Eisenbacher?
Here.
Fleming?
Here.
Howrlack?
Here.
Kerwin? Here.
Mayor.
Quorum present. Councilman Eisbacher?
I'd like to excuse Councilwoman Broomfield, who's out of the county and not physically present.
Support. Moved by Councilman Eisenbacher, seconded by the chair, that we excuse Councilwoman Christina Broomfield being out of the county. Discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Mayor Schilling?
Yes.
Councilmember Beltramini?
Yes.
Eisenbacher?
Yes.
Fleming?
Yes.
Howrlack?
Yes.
Kerwin? Yes.
Motion passes. The one discussion item is the 6-year organizational restructuring plan for the City of Troy fiscal year 2009-10 through 2014-15. Councilman Eisbacher, you said you had questions.
Oh, well, lots of questions from the residents I would like to get answers from. Specifically, I think we need to get
Are you doing the mic?
I'm sorry.
I was clued by the
Yes,
clerk's office
it's
that
not
there was
fixed.
a problem with the mic tonight, so.
Okay, I remembered it earlier when I spoke. I forgot it this time.
You did? Yeah.
I would like to get answers to a lot of the points that were brought up by the residents, especially the ones I didn't know the answers to. The ones I jotted down are, we should have a summary, although I personally have a lot of this information from the retirement board. I think the council as a whole and the community needs an understanding, a summary of the status of our retirement system, what happened in terms of earnings, and what, going forward, what that cost impact is to the residents that's in the assumptions of this document that you've included.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yes.
You're talking
Mr.
about
Zerling?
I'm sorry. You're talking about the loss of about 25% of our investment portfolio, and what the in order to be actuarial sound, what the extra incremental cost will be for the next 15 years.
The makeup. A couple questions asked that. The other item that was asked that I did not see covered in the documentation provided is our ongoing investment for the transit center. If there is anticipated to be any additional investment and any ongoing maintenance cost. Those are the two big ones I had marked down.
Yes. Councilwoman Broomfield?
I had one question about the DDA. Maybe this was answered in that first part that I missed, but it was regarding the possibility of taking the monies out of the DDA except for what they were required, like to pay their bonds, and but any excess. Was that answered in that first segment?
Did you hear that?
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just inquiring if
You
they can
addressed
do
that,
that
didn't you?
from here.
Okay, it's money regarding the DDA, and if the monies can be used for the general fund except for their obligations.
I believe that we're using excess funds right now from previous fund balances to pay the bonded indebtedness, but I'm going to have Mr. Lamorato articulate that further.
Mr. Lamorato?
Mayor and City Council, we are presently using in excess of 90% of all tax collections, including not only the cities, but from the community college and county, to pay for our debt service. We are, for the next several years, we are allocating up to $300,000 to $500,000 or $600,000 per year just to meet our operating and debt costs for those years. The DDA is also going to be faced with a lot of the same situations the city in general is going to be faced with the reduction of taxable values, and those revenues probably are not going to be sufficient enough, and a fund balance that is left there is basically so the city does not have to pay any of those debt services. We're reserving the rest of that fund balance to cover any shortages that are needed for the debt service for the life of those bonds, which goes out to 2018.
Mayor?
Okay.
Councilwoman Broomfield, did that answer your question?
Yeah, pretty much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Howard?
I guess as a follow-up, I would say that if you could bifurcate the property tax study so we can have a quantitative amount of subsidy requirements to pay off the bonds, at least over the next 5 years, because I know there was an operating transfer in of essentially of a reallocation last year of $5.5 million, and we used about $1.8 million of that, if I'm not mistaken, for the Big Beaver Rochester project. And that at present, other than that, the tax revenues, investment income, and expenditures of paying off the bonds and paying off median improvements and project contributions are pretty, well, at least this year, are fairly equal. But in subsequent years they may not be. So the key is, as of today, there would appear to be about a $3.5 to $3.7 million excess. But the question is, in the future, how much of that is going to actually be needed? And if we can have a property tax analysis for the next 5 years to be commensurate or be parallel with what we have here for the city at large in general fund, it would certainly be helpful to us to ascertain how much of that 3.7 actually needs to be used. Maybe all of it.
Yes, given the data too that Matt Farrell gave about business property and decline in property and less money coming in, there'll be less money there coming into the DDA, and there is the legal obligation to pay the take care of that debt, those bonds. I thought that the residents that spoke seemed to understand the severity of the situation and the revenue decline. I think that even though you articulated some of the things that you're doing in addition, Mr. Zerley, yes, I think that perhaps our next discussion, we should start with that, of those things that we're already doing. Because remember, when we had our last budget session, we went through line by line, and council, prioritized things, and we took things out, et cetera, to make sure. For example, you talked about seeking employee concessions with the 5 labor units, and you talked about some other things there. I think that would be helpful to clarify that to the general public. Then I also think that perhaps a little bit more data on establishing an independent library board with a separate funding mechanism, some explanation of that. And I think it was pretty clear in the last 2 slides or 3 slides about the cost to the average taxpayer, which is what really they're needing to know. Councilwoman Broomfield, Beltramini, did I see you look?
No,
you had a question, or
not necessarily. I think that we are all troubled to even have to think about closing the facilities that keep our community knowledgeable and connected and safe. And I guess it didn't really strike me until the police chief stood up there and said that it had become his job to dismantle the Troy Police Department. And we are all very concerned about that, and as anybody who's read an answer in my email knows, I don't like any of these options. But having said that, I also believe that the people sitting here and the people we heard from tonight value all of those options. So I think it is important to catalog the cuts as much as we can that we've already taken over the last 6 years. I find it amazing. I get people that say to me, well, you know, we can quit cutting public grounds, and then we had 4 people stand up here tonight and say the grounds look terrible. So there are things that we are doing that, depending upon your selective perception, and we all have it, you notice it or don't notice it. And I do think that it's important for the citizens to know that we have already taken $10 million in the last 6 years that we lost in state shared revenue out of our budgets. And, you know, if Senator Papageorge's general government plan, the Senate plan, goes through, it's not $300,000 that the city of Troy will lose. It's the full $1 million that is the city subsidy to keep the community center open. And even the House's plan that cut all but $80 million would have restored every single police person that we're talking about cutting. So when people say that's happening at the state level, it doesn't matter. Yes, it does. It is a significant part of our funding that the property taxes don't have to make up because we don't tax in any other way. So it is important. And when they say that's the best they can do, they've got to do all these other things. Counties get, townships get, cities get, villages get state shared revenue. There is not a single other thing on that state budget that impacts every person that lives in this state. So don't tell me we're a special interest group. We are every taxpayer in the state, and it is that important. Now, they haven't decided, and won't until the 30th if you want to call.
Mr. Zerlei?
Your Honor, in response, I'd like to indicate that city management does not like any of these options either. It was the hardest assignment that we've ever done in all of our collective careers. But can you imagine if we didn't do anything and came to you in March and says, well, guess what? We're $6.2 million short. We've already agreed to the veracity of the revenue line. It appears as though what's at issue now is the veracity of the cuts that we're making. We started out by taking out the quality of life departments first. We started out by looking at what could be privatized or regionalized first without touching the police and fire department, public works department. But when we were done, we were still short. And again, we're short because when you privatize, it's not a one-for-one reduction, it's about a 40% savings. So $1 million of jobs or people does not save $1 million, it saves about $400,000. That's where we are. But I'll be happy to address the issues that Councilman Eisenbacher brought up or that anyone else will bring up, as well as Councilman Hauerlach. And I think the next job that we have, since we've already agreed to the veracity of the revenue line that's declining, we'll agree to the veracity of the options that you have. And that when you look at it, you know, maybe it'll be 45 people in the police department and 2 people somewhere else. But it's still going to be a horrific cut. And we'll justify that next week. And then if that takes longer than a week, we'll justify it over the next 2 weeks. So then we'll take care of the what issue and the so what issue so you can get to the issue of now what. We'll be happy to do that.
And I think another point that's important to get out there to everyone is that even though we've been looking at revenues and expenditures for many years out, not just 1 year at a time, that the decline in the revenues coming in has been so severe and so such a long, exasperated time that it makes this difficult. But I think it was very clear from the residents that were here and the other speakers that spoke that we are being proactive. And I think that even though you've taken some heat for bringing up the issue, I think that you absolutely, this council has always said, we want management to give us their professional opinion. And that's what you did, and you got the numbers in. Some of those numbers that we got in from the county was, what, a month ago we got in? So we've had to recalibrate things as we've gone along. But I think it's always better to be proactive, and I truly am hopeful that other cities will say, well, Troy, you know, put it right out there for everybody to see, and that they will say, well, we've got to do the same thing. Because, well, Robin knows from the MML the situation in many other cities. And so, again, thank you. Yeah. Councilman Eisenbacher? Oh, Councilman Fleming, you're next? Yeah. I don't know who is next. Councilman Fleming?
I want to commend Mr. Zerlag for being proactive and taking time to meet with the employees. We have some of the greatest employees in country here in this city, and I think the fact that you're having conversations with them regarding concessions, whether it be benefits, salary, whatever, that speaks volumes to the residents, and the residents are going to make some tough decisions and you know, maybe help us with some tough choices. We're getting a lot of input from them, but what the city staff is undertaking, and I think it comes from the top down, and I think this council plays a role in it as well. We have to share the pain. Not that we get the big bucks, but we need to look at what we're doing, what we're spending here as a council as well on ourselves. And we need to be willing to take cuts here, because that just sets the example, I think, for others. And the city managers from the top down, one of the gentlemen said that, I think that goes a long way. And if we can publicize that and get concessions when 70% of your costs are payroll and benefit related, that speaks volume to this community, and I think we'll see this community step up and we'll do what needs to be done. We also have the best volunteers, and that was alluded to tonight. We can't discount that. We may have to replace some positions with volunteers. You're looking at consolidate. We're looking at doing all the right things, but I'm sure there are other things too. As we get into it, we're going to find more and more. There's no silver bullet, but we're going to find more and more. But I think the biggest step you're taking already is identifying the problem, confirming that the top line is right, and asking for concessions from the employees here, which represent 70% of our cost. That speaks volumes, and I commend you for that and step in the right direction. And I think that's going to help us sell, promote, do whatever we need to do if we really get good concessions from people. And it's happening in the private industry as well. We've all had to take cuts, so it's nothing new.
As a point of information, I've already advised my direct reports that I'm taking 12 furlough days a year, and I've asked them to consider doing the same. I've already met with 5 unions and indicated what I was doing and said that that's the target that I'm looking for. That would bring in about $2 million. That plus privatization and regionalization to get the best economy of scale will help, but again, it'll help. It won't be the problem solver.
Okay. Any others? Yes, Councilman Eisenbacher?
2 more things occurred to me in terms of specificity of what to look at. Along the same lines as the DDA, the brownfield and the refund, did we include that in this year's budget? The excess, oh, I'm sorry, I'm away from the microphone again. First item was the brownfield along the same lines as the DDA. We had an operating transfer out of it where they didn't recover the money. We refunded it to the general fund, I believe. Did that take place, and will that be a benefit next year that is included in these numbers, or is it not included? And the second thing would be, how are we going to integrate all the special funds? We had quite a few people talking about the golf courses, our aquatic center, and just all of our special funds that we haven't talked about. How do those tie into this budget discussion?
I'll respond to the golf course. And I'll ask Mr. Lambrado to respond to the brownfield issue. Sylvan Glen Golf Course is a fee simple operation. We have title to that. That makes money. Okay? If you wanted to sell the golf course, that would take a vote of the people. All right, that's number one. Sylvan or Sanctuary Lake Golf Course is not fee simple. We still have a bond outstanding, pardon my voice, for that project. And right now, even though we're losing money, if we closed the facility, we would lose more money because we have enough of a revenue to offset the operation and maintenance, but not all of the, and part of the bond issue, but not all of the bond issue. So by closing it down, you wouldn't have operation and maintenance, but you would lose that portion that our fees are taking in that cover a part of the bond payment. So it would cost more to close down the golf course. All right. Having said that, back in 2005, we did a study to see whether it was more cost efficient to have either the private sector or in-house personnel perform maintenance, not only of Sanctuary Lake, but I think it also included Sylvan Glen. If I'm mistaken, it was only Sanctuary Lake. But and the result was that it was cheaper to perform this function in-house. That again, that was 5 years ago. We'll be happy to conduct that study again for Sanctuary Lake and Sylvan Glen. I'll ask Mr. Lambrado to respond to the brownfield issue.
Right. The option of selling Sanctuary Lake is not really a viable option because it is built upon a dump landfill,
right.
And I don't think we'd have a buyer for it because they couldn't build things on there. They couldn't. There's so many things they couldn't do that it wouldn't be.
There's a clay cap. It's a good
Yes.
point. There's a clay cap over much of the site, which used to be the garbage dump, and that cap has to remain. That cap cannot be breached
Right.
for environmental purposes. So you essentially can't put a foundation of anything on those grounds. And there's also methane issues that could leach into the facility.
Right. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Hawryluk, I think you were next.
Yes, actually, what I would prefer is that we should look at. I'm a believer in efficiencies of scale, and it doesn't make any sense to analyze whether or not we should run one golf course and have somebody else run the other. It's an either or for both. What I would like us to see us do is contact people who are in the profession, and there are a couple different ways you can do that. One is by simply making inquiries. Another is by doing an RFP, or another is to bring somebody in to assist with the RFP. And there are a number of different firms that do this. The question is, with the combined private operating of Sylvan Glen and Sanctuary Lake, and they would hopefully hire our people, in addition to potentially any equipment transfers, in addition, and you must also make an adjustment for personal property taxes we would achieve on those facilities. Would we be losing less money on the combined operations under a scenario of that nature than we are now? Obviously, as a city, we would want to oversee them from and make sure that they don't defer maintenance because it's still our property. And we would want to make sure that our citizens are allowed to golf there without paying exorbitant fees. We don't really care what somebody who lives in Auburn Hills pays, but just somebody who lives in Troy. But something along those lines. And I think we need to go out to the profession to do that.
We'll be happy to do that. I think Pine Trace Golf Course is run by a management company that has a couple of golf courses. We can talk to them about what they would charge for a similar operation. I don't know the other golf course that's run by this company, but I know that Pine Trace is a very nicely maintained facility.
Anybody else have any other council members have any items?
Sure.
Councilman Eismacher?
I have a general question sort of for all of us. Last year when we went through the budget process, it was not especially efficient because we talk about an item but we wouldn't get it resolved, and then we'd come back to it next week and we'd talk about it and we wouldn't get it resolved. What is going to be different about our process this year where we can work through the process and have an output from our meetings, because I just don't want to meet and talk. I want to get through these issues. So I think we need to discuss how we're going to be effective, not just when we're going to meet.
Well, we're going to meet on the 5th, and then we're going to begin on the 19th. So, Mr. Zerlag?
The presentation tonight had three components. I think the first one's taking care of the revenue line. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I know your voice is going. You've been speaking at every group every night.
The presentation, thank you. The presentation had three components, and I believe that the first one essentially is finished. There's no need to revisit the declining revenue line. The next piece is to have an expenditure line that meets it. And the council needs to have a zone of comfort with option 1 and option 2. So, option 3, again, you might be able to move 3 or 4 people from one place out of another, but I think the result is still as dramatic. So, once the veracity of that option is taken care of, and we'll work on costs that we've included for that. I doubt if I can have an RFP that says, yeah, John, you're right, 40% is accurate for these areas that are going to be privatized, and you're going to go from 20 people in one department down to 5. I won't have that detail. That assumption will still be there. But in terms of what it costs to make cuts of $6.2 million next year, $6.2 or $3 million the year after that, so that in the aggregate, it's $22 million of cuts. Once I think the council gets a comfort with that, then you can decide what you want to do from there. I'm still hearing that there may be other ways of making cuts that would involve elimination of certain departments and cutting 50 positions out of the police and fire department. Did that answer your question?
Councilman Eismacher, did that answer your question?
It's along the lines, I agree that I haven't heard anyone at this table conflict with the revenue projections.
Okay.
I believe, if anything, they're optimistic, personally. I did hear at this table from Councilwoman Beltramini that she doesn't like option 1 or option 2. And I agree with Councilwoman Beltramini. I don't agree with option 1 or option 2. I like option 2 better than option 1, but I believe we have a lot of work to do on option 2 to get it to where, as a body and staff and the partnership you spoke about, where the partnership is working together to make option 2 work properly. And I see that as a huge body of work, and I want to get through it as effectively as possible. I don't know if my colleagues are stuck on option number 1 at all, but in terms of a broad paintbrush, I'm in between them, and I think we need to work through, it's not an either or.
Well, I'd like to jump in on that. I don't like option 1 or option 2. I like the option of letting the voters decide if they want to have a millage so that they don't have to make these grim cuts. They don't want the cuts to the police department. They don't want the cuts to the other things that are there. And I think we need to look at that, the options of not having those cuts. Yes, there are things that could be consolidated. Yes, there are things we can do to be more efficient. But frankly, those other things just scare me. I think that folks in the city are alerted, and the more we get the information out there, the more I think that they're going to pay attention to what's there. I really do. Councilwoman Beltramini, did I see you signal?
Mary hasn't talked.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Kerwin, thank you.
I think in response to both of the last two speakers, I think in part the budgeting process will look different for us as well. That doesn't mean that we're not going to continue to look at the streamlining and the efficiencies and those things as we would normally. I think the reason this has been spurred on is in part because the figures came out which have been very serious. It's been a very somber night. We've had, from every angle, all of our pegs on our stools have dwindled. So those are very serious, and I think that has brought forward this. And also, the city manager going very public in this, it's unique for Troy. We are unique in that we, as a body, no longer have that ability on our own to provide the structure. That when Cap the Tax came apart, we can't sit as a body, as many of the other municipalities are, saying, shall we do this with the millage or that with the millage? We don't have that. This is literally the only way to have it done. And so we were in the press, a number of people talked about it. We were very open about the realities that we're facing as a body. And I believe that it's best if we look at all of those things at the same time. The options that have been presented, and going forward, budgeting will continue to look at areas that we can trim, use a scalpel, and yet provide the services that people moved into this town and expect to have to this day.
Anybody else? Councilman Beltramini?
I would say that, you know, I kind of agree with Mary and the mayor that look at everything. I am concerned about asking the people for a millage without being able to document what we think the concessions that we are asking, what we think the privatization contract will work out. And I'm confident that by the time ballot language is put together in December, we will have that information. But I need a little bigger level of comfort in that, because I don't want to say, trust me. I mean, I've been on the other side of that with the state. So, and I think that they did, by a resounding margin, say that they wanted to decide when their taxes went up. And so if we are going to ask them for a millage increase to maintain a semblance of the quality of life services that we have in this town that connect people and build knowledge, we need to say, again, these are the things we've done over the last 6 years. These are the things we're doing forward. This is still what's left, that we either need you to literally volunteer your time and sign up like it was a job to run the library or the nature center or whatever, or it's going to cost you 1.75 mils or whatever it ends up being. But I think we owe it to the people to say, we know exactly what this efficiency is going to add to the revenue or subtract from, and now this is what's left to maintain your quality of life. Because we did hear from most of the people tonight that they were comfortable with some small millage increase as long as they could also be rested comfortably that we were doing all we could. So that's kind of where I am. Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense, but I don't know if there would be time to have the specificity that's being requested. In order to speak with authority on any efficiencies of scale, I'd have to go out for an RFP for all the departments that I've delineated to be privatized, and then analyze those RFPs, then develop a list of people that could bid, get the bid back in, and then analyze that, bring it to City Council for approval thereof. I'm wondering in the alternate and how we developed the 40% number. Quite frankly, as I spoke to Dick Carlisle of Carlisle Wortman Associates, he has about 25 municipal clients, and I asked Mr. Carlisle if he thought that 40% was about the range that one could save to privatize areas like planning, building, and zoning, and his answer was yes. I spoke with Spalding Dedecker, Tom Lakin, who's the president, as well
Dave Lakin.
Dave Lakin,
Troy
thank
resident.
you. Troy resident. as well as representatives from the Spicer Group upstate about cost savings in the area of 40% for plan review, design, and inspection, right-of-way acquisition for engineering/capital projects. And again, the answer was, yeah, that's in the range, you know. But again, in all cases, we spoke about maintaining a certain core of people in every department, and that would become part of the RFP as well. So I can't give you, with the projection, a line item. We have, I think, 8,000 line items in our general fund budget. Is it 8 or 12,000? I think it's about 8,000 line items in our general fund budget. So, you know, if I were to do that, it would be well past December 2009. But what I can do, again, is determine an accurate declining revenue line, let you know on a per department basis what each department cost, let you know that I'm working on employee concessions in the area of $2 million with 5 labor groups, let you know that we have an indication that privatization and regionalization will save roughly 40%, let you know about how many employees that would affect on a per department basis, let you know other areas that pertain to the DDA, and you know that we'll do an analysis of privatization versus in-house folks doing both golf courses and what that would have, what effect that would have on a general fund subsidy. Let you know what the general fund subsidy is for other areas that we may be able to find some improvements. That's about as specific as I can get in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, Councilwoman Beltrame, you want to do a follow-up, and then I'll...
Yeah, and I pretty much can live with that, and I think it's important for us to know that, and we know that on a lot of this stuff, but I think it's important for the people to know, too, that you didn't pull these numbers out of your ear, right, and that this is done through professional consultation. Somebody said to me today that somebody wanted somewhere between $10,000 and $30,000 to do a feasibility study on elevators in a certain situation, and I said there are elevators like that all over the world. If all you're talking about is whether or not to leave a place for them, can't that be done with $500 worth of phone calls rather than $50,000 worth of research? And I'm asking you for the $500 worth of phone calls. I'm not asking you at this point for the research, but I do want somebody's opinion other than just ours, you know. That's where I am.
Councilman Fleming, thank you for waiting.
I'm on exactly the same page as Councilwoman Beltrame. You kept saying what I wanted to say. But I think it's premature to say we want a 1 mil or 2 mil or whatever. We don't know what we need yet, but you're giving us some indication. We need to do a little more due diligence, I think, on staff's standpoint and on this council, too, looking at the budget closer to see what we need, if we need, whatever. Because I really think the concessions are the biggest thing that you have going out, and the privatization. But I'm just saying, like you, Robin, we need to do the due diligence, get a little more credibility with our numbers, understand what we're asking for, be able to go back to the citizens and say this is what we've done, and then let's see what the next step is. I don't know. I think it's premature to say we need to do anything now, because I heard people say tonight, and I believe you'll never tax your way out of this. We have to do things other than just raise taxes. You can't. That's a slippery slope, and we'll never tax our way out of this. And I think you guys know my position on that. But I really want to do the due diligence, see where we are, and then know what the magnitude of the problem is and what we have left. And then if we need to, if this council decides it's the best interest to leave it up to the people, then the people have a right to vote. That's fine. But let's do our homework first, do a little more due diligence before we even consider doing that.
Mayor?
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Howard?
I think I just want to warn everybody that the worst possible thing that we could do is we say we do X, Y, and Z, and our last remaining piece is a mill levy increase. We put it on the ballot and it fails. Right. And a lot of governments and schools have been in that situation, basically the old deer in the headlights.
Right.
So even if we get to that point, I would strongly advise us to continue to work as if it's not going to happen. Because if it does, if we expect it to happen, doesn't, then we're really up the creek.
I absolutely agree.
Well, I think that everyone, us on council, staff, and the citizenry have learned a lot tonight. There's a lot of information to mull over and to look at, but I think we've made a good start. Yes, Councilman Eisbacher?
Just somewhat of a small point, but it was brought up. It was brought up that the taxpayer protection amendment, the tax cut, is the problem for why we can't solve this problem. Every one of these proposals for a tax increase would require a Headley override and is way beyond the scope of what that proposal had. May even require, I believe, a 2 mil tax increase would require a charter change to raise our taxing ability from 10 mils up higher. But that's the sort of information I hope we get with the request for the impact, because this is not just a little tiny, the voters voted 74% in favor of controlling their future votes on tax increases, and if we hadn't done that, there'd be no problem at all. Because this is an order of magnitude bigger than that discussion.
Any further? Okay, then we're in adjournment, and we'll meet again